everybody. Welcome back to LEGOthon 2025, day 2. We're starting this off with a very exciting run here, like Harry Potter years 5 through 7. No levels early, run by Chimkin and T-Fresh with myself on comms. Whenever they're ready, they will start the run, and time starts when they press OK here on the autosave screen. So, whenever that is, I can count them now, I guess. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, sick. So, this run starts off real quick here with an out of bounds. Now, not gonna explain this tech just yet, it's really quick now, so I'm gonna explain it the next time it happens in this level. Basically, they get out of bounds here, and they can just jump through the collision here and pause fly all the way to the end of this room. And pause flying is a really unique and weird piece of tech. Basically, if they just have really high FPS, they can really pause their game and be able to stall their flight basically forever. Not sure why that works, but it does, and it's really cool that it does work like that. It makes this game really broken, and you'll see that there's just a lot of really broken pieces of tech in this game. Right now we're in the middle of an auto-scroller, but this is actually a good auto-scroller for the speedrun, because they need to be collecting studs here, as we're gonna be buying a 110,000 spell right after the second split of this run, so not very far from now. And this auto-scroller is filled with blues and purple studs, so it's really beneficial to have it very early on here. And also collecting a crest here for fun. Right here, so let me actually explain what the tech you saw in the first room was. So it's called a stored super jump. Basically, they're gonna get their character stuck, and the character's gonna super jump out. And when they switch back to the character stores a second super jump that goes in random places, and they can just use that to get out of bounds here, and then walk on some really weird collision and skip this entire section just like that. And there we go, that's very nice. That's normally like a over 1 minute room, and right there just took them like 20 seconds. Very fast. You're gonna do another stored super jump here, get out Harry stuck right there, he's gonna jump out. And now they can use the stored super jump to get past the I don't even know, like the poster here, I guess. And another really broken piece of tech you'll see here is there are these camera pans or mini cutscenes all over the game. And in this game, if you just call in the second player when the mini cutscene starts, it just skips the cutscene immediately, which is really good. It saves probably like tens of minutes in this category, because you can do that on every single mini cutscene or camera pan. And we're gonna see another stored super jump here. Like I've said, this is a really fast-paced level, a lot of happening here. Hard to keep up, so no worries if you're not catching on very quick. We'll see more of these stored super jumps all throughout the run, so plenty of opportunities to see more how this tech works. Another caravan skip here, and you're gonna force this box early and build this this handle here to end the level. And that's the first level of the run. I can assure you that there's a lot of the levels are not gonna be as intense as this one. This is a really, so recently become a really complex level. But this run is actually not that difficult to follow after this point. Right now, they're in a status screen, just watching the stud count. They've collected, seems to be about 75k studs here, and still the only about 35k more for the Glacius spell, which we'll be seeing them buy in after the next split. So right now, this is kind of the hub of this game, the Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron, the London here, and you make your way from here to Hogwarts, which is the actual main hub where most stuff in this game happens. And while they get to the train here, I just want to quickly explain, I guess, what exactly no levels early entails, because I haven't really talked about that yet. So, no levels early means basically that everything in the game needs to be completed in the intended order, which doesn't mean they're not doing any skips, it's just you can't do any sequence breaks of the story. And now that you hear that, if you don't know what any percent speedrun of this game looks like, it's insanely broken. We basically use this game as a sandbox, just warp from one year to another without obeying any laws of time travel. And right now we're gonna do a little bit of a skip here to exit the room and then come back in, and that's gonna make the gate at the end of the room stay open for some reason, which saves a couple of seconds here. Okay, back to what I was saying. Basically, the any percent speedrun is insanely broken with how the route works, so it doesn't even play half of the levels in the game. So yeah, that's why this category exists, so you can speedrun the entire game, basically. And it's really cool. It's a really amazing speedrun, which I hope you will see from this run by Chimkin and T-Fresh today. So they've made it their way to the castle here, and they will be progressing here to the first lesson, which is Defense Against Dark Arts banned, which is the part of the movie where Umbridge basically bans bans Defense Against Dark Arts in the castle. So as you can see in the top left corner right now, the runners only have one spell unlocked at the moment, which is Wingardium Leviosa. And this lesson, the Data Band, is gonna basically unlock the ability to have more spells, but at the same time, it's supposed to be a lesson where you get the ability to use spells taken away. So it's a little bit of a weird situation here. But anyway, this is the lesson, and they're gonna be doing some weird parkour here with Paul's flying to basically skip its entirety. You can just pause fly to that ledge and then around the tube here and get this key early. And if you try to leave this lesson early, which you're not supposed to do, the cutscene just plays instead, and that finishes the lesson. Normally you're supposed to do like a whole potion here, but yeah, it doesn't really bother us here. So we get all the spells taken away, but at the same time actually unlock the ability to use spells. And now they're gonna exit to Diagonally, and they have enough studs to buy the Glacius spell, which is gonna be insanely broken. It's an extra spell that you don't even need for 100% completion, and it breaks this game in its entirety. You'll see why in a second. I also do want to quickly explain, I don't think we've seen many no-cut 5 runs this, I guess we have, but let me just quickly remind you what no-cut 5 is. It's basically a cheat code we can input before the run to allow us to skip every single cutscene in the game from New Game, which is not something you're supposed to do normally, but it's a nice little thing we speedrunners can use to not have to watch cutscenes in the runs. And that's what's happening in this one. So they're gonna get the spoon to the Spoon Man here, call in player 2 to skip the camera pan, and they're gonna try to clip through this door early. And that's basically what the Glacius spell they bought was for. This spell freezes your character into an ice cube, and if you on high FPS, the ice cube can just go through the wall. It doesn't have very many collision checks, so to speak. So there's a lot that's possible with that Glacius spell. You can clip, you can kind of launch. It's really broken. So that was our first example of that. Right now they're heading to the second lesson, which is the Testrals lesson. It's not a very useful lesson, but if you don't complete it, if you were to not complete this lesson, it's actually a softlock, because even though it feels really useless, its ability is required one time in the game. They just basically need to give food to the 3 Testrals here, and you can see how nice co-op 2-player is here. They can just each kind of focus on their own side. So Chimkin player 2 is doing the left here with the fishing rod, and T-Fresh player 1 is going to the right using magic on the log. And Chimkin is actually going to join T-Fresh here in the middle. And T-Fresh is going to try to make this jump, which is a really difficult jump actually, to the right here to skip building the bridge. And yeah, Chimkin is currently giving the fish to that Testral here. Chimkin did drop out, so T-Fresh has an easier time with this jump. There we go. And that is this lesson, also very fast-paced. And I believe now they will be heading into the, if I'm not mistaken with the route, I haven't played this category in a while, they will be heading to the second level of the game, which is gonna be exciting for a couple of reasons. Because if you've not been keeping up, there was an incentive for Senor, which is another LEGO runner who is T-Fresh's roommate, to play as player 2 for this next level. So, I mean, I can imagine they will be swapping here in a second, and it will be interesting to see, because I have gotten some inside info that Senor has not played this game, like, at all. So, will be interesting. I don't know if he's already in or not. Can't really tell from just the castle movement. But I imagine we'll be seeing that. They are switching to VSync on here for one reason. VSync on basically caps their FPS at 60. And it allows for some things to be faster, like this dig with Hermione, or with the cat here. Okay, looks like Senor is in, so T-Fish is gonna probably be coaching him what to do here. Yeah, they're digging this, I don't remember what his name is, I think Dean, from the snow. And then need to give him the wand here. And another really, really broken piece of tech is called Lumos canceling, which you may have seen there if you have a keen eye. Basically, if there is an NPC you need to give an item to, if you give them the item and then switch to the Lumos spell, it cancels the animation, and you don't need to like basically watch the animation of you giving the item to the NPC. And Lumos cancelling is not only used for that, Lumos can basically cancel every single animation in the entire game, which is really handy. And we'll be seeing some of those uses later as well. This level, basically, they just need to give items to a bunch of these students here. Doesn't really have a lot of lore, but the idea is that you want to recruit them to Dumbledore's army. Get Luna out of the barrel, and you can actually shoot her to... Well, not with Glacius, but okay. Yeah, I think this is a very big confirmation that Senor is in fact playing right now, so... It's good to know. Anyway, yeah, so they have two characters here down. They need to get the flowers here and need to get the shovel for Neville and Cho. And the Senor's having some troubles with shoveling cleaning up the plants here. I don't blame him. It's actually very unintuitive to do this, especially if you play the game for the first time. So they made the strength potion here because they need to pull these strength handles. And something Lumos canceling can also do is cancel the animation of the strength handles. So they pull that strength handle and they immediately switch to Lumos, so they don't need to watch the animation of the character recovering, basically. Yeah, so now they can give the flowers to Cho here, and we'll be doing another freeze clip into the next room instead of opening the door. Needs to be a little closer, okay. And yeah, you can see just another example of how broken free slipping is. They'll just be able to clip into that just like that. Very nice. Player 2 will be using the book puzzle here. Player 1 will just be using the theater here. They need to get the last 3 students their items here. And that will be the end of the level. First needs to give the apple to the hog statue to get the Dementor to spawn in. Don't ask me why there's a Dementor in the hog's head. I mean, I can only assume it's a Bogart. There's a really long camera pan here that they're hoping to skip. Okay, very nice. Yeah, so there's a camera pan when you build that painting. And it gives you the last item, and that camera pan is actually like 30 seconds long. But if you skip the camera pan, it gives you the item like instantly for some reason. That's very nice. So that was the incentive right there. Seeing we're playing that level. Chimkin will be taking over the controller now for the rest of the run. And yeah, so what happens here is they are they gave I don't remember what his name is. I think Colin his camera, and he spawns in the key. But they don't actually use the key just yet. They just clip through the door because it's a little bit faster, and they're now heading into the dueling lesson. And this door here that they're gonna... You can go through this door after like 5 seconds, but if they can clip through it early, that saves a bit of time, and that's very nicely done. This is a really boring lesson. You just basically need to shoot this dummy 4 times and then do a duel with... I don't even know who you do the duel with. I think Ginny? Maybe? No? Never mind. I don't know who this person is. So yeah, this ability, the dueling lesson, doesn't unlock any ability. It says it unlocks the dueling ability, but that's not true. If we actually, like, this run is not gonna do any sequence breaks, but if we were to do sequence breaks, you don't need to do this lesson in order to do the duels in the later part of the game. So it's just like it's more of a tutorial than an actual lesson that unlocks you something. But it is required, so they need to do it. No way to get around it. And they'll be heading into the next level, 5-3. So the 3rd level of year 5. And this is actually a pretty short level, and it's a really unique level. It's one of the only levels where you have like you don't have all of your normal party, so Harry, Ron, Hermione. You have Harry and Snape because this is Harry's memories. First thing they're gonna do is they're gonna do a stored super jump to get past that gate just like that, very nicely. And there's an out of bounds door to end that first room right there. Jump into the painting there to get the cobweb off. Definitely not intended, but it is really fast to do that. You'll see another Lumos cancelling example here, and there's actually a lot of those Lumos cancelling going on in this level. You do need to wait for Molly to use the handle here for you. And another carapan skip coming up here, so basically they just drop out in advance, and once this carapan starts, Chimkin is gonna drop back in to skip it.
Do you have a quick second for some updates?
Of course, yeah, go ahead.
So, 2 things. Just one reminder that we are $33 away from Buy Peter Jackson for Lego the Hobbit, restricted free play, so that's going to be in 2 runs. So let's get those in. And the second thing is we have a new incentive for Lego Lord of the Rings, which is the next run, 8-bit music. If you want to hear some potentially pleasant, potentially unpleasant, I haven't activated that rubric myself, but if you want to hear that for next run, 8-bit music, that's $50. Let's get those donations in.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Hav, for the reminder here. If you're liking the event so far and you want to, raise money for a good cause, make sure to to donate. All of the money goes to charity, and it's a really nice nice thing that we're doing here. So that was that level. Not much really to talk about, other than the limos canceling and the room 1 other bounds they did. They will now be heading into the Defendo lesson, which is the first like actual proper lesson, as it's the first lesson where we will unlock a new spell for all our characters. The red spell, but you don't actually do most of the lesson. You can just do some really clever parkour. Actually, oh, that's unfortunate. They had the object go out of the way. That's not a problem, though. They just need to build this. But yeah, you don't really do most of the lesson. You can just jump up here and then just do the final Defendo use on that back wall. And the game doesn't really expect you to do this out of order because you're supposed to not go up there early. So if you just do the last one, it will count the lesson as complete. Which is a really handy time save. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever done this. I've not done this lesson the intended way in like at least 7 years, so I wouldn't even know what to do if this skip didn't exist. And after this lesson, they can go to the next level, 5-4, which is a level that I am giving all of my blessings to them, because it has a really big skip at the very beginning, and it doesn't like to go well every time. So we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping for the best here. For now, they just need to make their way around the Hogwarts back to the train, basically. That's where the next level starts. And there will be a really cool one-try skip in this next room. Hopefully they will get to showcase that. You know that Hermione has Crookshanks, which is her cat, and she can just summon Crookshanks at will in this game. And Crookshanks is faster than every other character they have right now. And there's a carapan here, and if you skip this carapan very quickly, you can make your way through this door here before it closes, just like that, very nicely done. And that skips you doing that skips you using the Defendo spell right there. So this is the next level, 5-4. And this level, basically the entire level is just one map, and everything is just far away from each other. So if they can clip out right here, they can then pause fly to the very end of the level and finish it in about 30 seconds. Okay, that looks very nice. Nice, they did get clipped out. Something interesting to say about these freeze clips that they will be using a lot is that freeze clips are RNG. They are not consistent. It's a 50% chance which direction you go when you're clipping. So it doesn't always go their way, but that was very nicely done. I can't imagine they will be really happy with this split. I don't think it even took them like 20 seconds to clip out, and that now they just need to finish this puzzle here with Sirius and Harry to put the wall together. And I mean, that's the level. That was probably under a minute. So yeah, that's very nice. That was a point I was worried about personally. I know they probably were as well. So that's done. That's very amazing. They will be going into the next lesson here, which is Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum is a spell that Harry has right now, because he learned it in the first game, like Harry Potter Years 1 through 4, but none of the other characters do have it. And this lesson basically teaches this spell to the rest of the characters, which is not, like, as far as the speedrun goes, it's not, like, useful. We don't need this, but no levels early does require us to do this lesson. It's a very two-player intense lesson. You can just kind of speed up the tasks, like speed up everything if you're just doing 2 tasks at the same time with both players. You can see how nicely co-op works here. They will be finishing this section at about an even time here. Wasn't much time to talk about it, but basically this lesson is just you need to cast Expecto Patronum at the fake Dementors once with each character. And you need to unlock the different fake Dementors from different places. And I believe right after this is a weird point in the run. They have 2 other lessons they need to do before we actually get to another level. And you can see that Chimkin is actually going to use the key right there onto the padlock to just unlock that door for later, because, like I've said, and like you might have seen, you can't just clip through that door every time, but you can just also get the key into the padlock during downtime, so that you don't need to clip through that. And it's really nice because clipping can be annoying, is not consistent every time, so it's just good to have that. And this lesson is befriending Grop, I believe. That's what it's called. You will see a launch right at the beginning here. You can get yourself stuck in this corner, and you know how I've mentioned that Hermione can summon Crookshanks? If she summons Crookshanks in the corner like that, and gets stuck in the corner, it will launch her up on high FPS. It doesn't work everywhere, it only works in like a select few places, but it is actually a very useful tech. You might have seen right there. In this lesson, it's just finding different musical instruments to give to Grob. Right there's 2 camera pens in a row that you can't really skip. I think you can, but it's really difficult. So, yeah, they just need to get this duck onto this thing here. Another camera pen skip. And then you need to magic one more thing, and that's the entire lesson. And now this is actually the lesson where also this is completely useless. You do not gain anything from this. It's more there to be just like filler content, I guess, because it happened in the movie, so they wanted it in some way in the game. And next up, we have yet another lesson. The lesson where they will be learning, or actually Harry will be learning the focus spell. So, throw back to about 15 minutes ago, maybe a little bit less, when they were doing the level 5-3, which was with Harry and Snape. And they were going through Harry's memories, basically. And that level was called Focus. But you don't actually unlock the focus spell from that level, which is interesting. Instead, you have this lesson, which is Harry going through Snape's memories. And that's where Harry actually learns focus. Which I guess it is true to the movie. But it is an interesting lesson as well, because yeah, it's not really a lesson. You'll see why in a second. They need to give the spoon to Snape here for some reason, and they are now with they're now James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin, which are basically their goal here is to bully Snape. And that's what they'll be doing here. They'll just be shooting these lockers to get him out of hiding. And then there's gonna be like this whole duel with Snape, which is the first appearance of a duel in this game outside of the lesson. First of all, they need to get Snape out of the tree. So they're gonna be switching with both Remus Lupin and Sirius Black to their alternative forms, I guess, where they can dig the dig spots and they make the scissors. And there's this duel here. And duels in this game, like you might have seen from the dueling lesson, you just need to select the spell that your enemy is using and then shoot that spell at them, and then you just spam a button for a couple of seconds. And that's really it. It's not really very complicated mechanic, but there's actually more optimization to it than it looks. Once we unlock a spell later on, Agumenti, they will be trying to basically force as many Aguamentis into duels as possible, because that's the fastest spell. And yeah, that's the lesson. They will be unlocking the focus spell, which is all caps for some reason. And now they can, if I, again, remember the route correctly, they can go to 5-5, which is the second to last level of this year. And this is a really broken level. And that's kind of crazy to say, considering they just... Actually, no, there's one more lesson here. There's still Weasley boxes. I forgot that we do this right now.
You have 1 second for a donation.
Oh yeah, of course. This is not gonna be very interesting.
Okay. Get a good at selling the game. Anyway, we got $25 from Prince saying you shall not play without 8-bit music. That's $25 to 8-bit music, which we will be starting that run in about an hour and a half. So let's finish off another $25 for 8-bit music so we can hear that.
Very sick. Thank you, Prince. And I did actually lie. This is not an uninteresting section. You did just see them. They did a free sloop to get out of bounds here, and they pause flight to do some out of bounds movement, and then they're pause flying here again to get just behind that door. For some reason I thought they were gonna be doing the inbounds route here, which was gonna be a little bit less interesting, but ended up not being the case, I guess. So now, right now, they just need to make the rocket here. The lore is that you need to create a rocket to make Umbridge run away from the owls exams. I don't remember exactly what the lore is, but anyway, you make this rocket, and that unlocks the Weasley Box's ability, which is actually a quite common ability in this game. Like, you need to use it a lot. We'll see what they do once we get there. Anyway, now we're actually going to 5-5. And as I was alluding to before, I remembered that they were actually not going to the level yet. This level, for the longest time, was just unbroken. There was no skips, and especially the first room. The first room has the first room is basically a minute and a half long auto scroller, where you don't do anything. But now we actually do have a skip, and it's really simple. All you're gonna do is you're first gonna jump on this milk bottle onto the clock here, and jump from the plates here, do like a tiny bit of a jump outwards and inwards, and that hits the out of bounds door for that section. It's just barely reachable, just from jumping from that spot. And we were not aware of that for like multiple years. We were aware that the door existed, but we didn't know you can get up to it so easily. And in this room, Tifa's gonna do a pet launch. Actually, just gonna pulse fly over this wall first, and then he's gonna do a pet launch in this corner, which will give him enough height to get over almost everything in this room, just like that. Doesn't seem like he will be going for the full skip here. He's gonna need to make the scissors to cut through this last gate. And that's almost the entire level done, basically. They have only one more room left to go, and it's a really, really quick one. Just need to shoot down all of the plants here. You basically just need to shoot random things in this room to be able to build this vehicle here. You're not really told what to do, you just need to shoot like 6 random objects and you get the required pieces. So we're gonna drop out, and he's gonna need to spook the birds here with the bell. And they will conveniently fly to a log on the right here, and there's gonna be a camera pan. You can skip, there's gonna be another camera pan immediately. And once you skip this camera pan, player 2 can actually just jump over the log early, because the invisible wall goes away as soon as the camera pan starts. And now they just need to wake up Grop here on the right and lead him to Umbridge to end the level. Yeah. So like I said, it used to be a level with almost 0 skips. Now, really quick one. Only room that can't be skipped is this last one. But that is fine because it's not a bad room. And just like that, we almost have the entire first year of this game done. There's only one more level left. There's no lessons in between here. They're just gonna be going straight into the last level of year 5. And this level is in a very similar boat to the last one, where it used to just not have any skips for the longest time, and now it's insanely broken. And yeah, you will see why here in a second. In this first room, they're gonna be doing another stored super jump. So if player 2 just jumps in that corner, for some reason the AI will do a super jump, and then they're gonna super jump or they're gonna get Hermione in that corner, switch, and that gets her out of bounds. Really, really quickly. And in this room, very quick here, you can just die twice, and it will skip you to the next section immediately. So you can see them doing this again. And this room is supposed to be a big, big arena here. But you can get serious stuck in that corner, switch him to pad food, drop out, and that gives him a big launch. And you can fly to that out of bounds door. And yeah, I mean, that's 3/4 of the level done already. Now, this is a bit of an unskippable section here. They need to wait for this fire, dragon, snake, I don't know what this is, to do an attack to build a sprinkler here. And after that, they need to wait one more phase to actually get rid of this this fire creature. So a little bit of waiting around here. What you might have seen T-Fresh and Chimkin doing here is if you just hold down the spell selecting button, so you just hold that, you don't actually take damage from anything. And a very similar thing with holding these handles, you just don't take damage if you hold them, which is really nice because this creature tends to be really annoying with how much damage it deals, but they can just avoid all of that. And now we'll be seeing a very interesting tech, and one that's only going to be used once this run, which is called freeze launching. So we all know freeze clipping, but you can actually, if you freeze clip into some weird collision, like right here, you will actually just get a launch. Because the game doesn't know how to handle your feet being in the ground. And they can pause fly to an out of bounds door that's just right here, and that ends this level. Insanely quick level. It's normally like a really, really long level, and it's done just like that. And that's the first year completed. And I guess while we're waiting for them here to get to the next level, to the first level of year 6, I can quickly explain kind of the concept of out of bounds doors. So pretty much every single LEGO game has these things called out of bounds doors, or developer doors, or debug doors, whatever you want to call them. And they're basically there for when the game was being made. They were just using the doors to like skip sections faster and kind of like play test everything quicker. But they just actually left them in for the release versions because they are not supposed to be hit. You're not even supposed to know about them. But we're speedrunners, we do know about them, and we have ways of hitting them. But this game has a very interesting limitation applied to out-of-bounds doors. You can't use an out-of-bounds door that ends the level, because if you do, that will not progress the story. But they did do that in the last level. However, because it was the last level of year 5, they don't need the story progression, basically. So, even though the story didn't progress, it still took them to the next year, which has a separate story progression. So they are fine in that department. And we'll see, actually, 2 more of these examples later for the other 2 years. But right now, this is a really, really quick level. 2 free slips in room 1, and just some really cool puzzling right there to get that done very quickly. Gonna be a pet launch here to get to the higher ledge, which is also supposed to take a bit longer, but, you know, we don't really care about that. I'm gonna change VSync on here to make this rocket go into place a little bit easier, because these objects tend to be a little bit wonky on higher FPS. Just need to put this last thing in here to end this level, and this is a camera pan here, and you can actually just move during it. I guess they did skip the camera pan, but you can just move during that, and that's the end of the level. That's the first level of year 6 done, and I guess if I remember correctly, year 6 is a way faster year than year 5. Maybe it's actually not, but it has way less lessons than what year 5 had. It's mostly gonna be levels. Saying that, though, we will be now heading into 2 lessons in a row, so I guess I'm not exactly correct here, but I think it is more of an exciting year in this speedrun. First of all, they are gonna need to do the specs lesson. So this is where you learn to use spectre specs, which basically find you these like invisible objects that you can build from, and they just need to build 3 objects here to get rid of these suitcases, and that's our first lesson of this year. I actually don't remember how useful this one is. I don't think it's very useful. I think it's maybe gonna be used like 2 times. But that's mostly because of how much stuff we skip in this game. The very first intended use of Spectre Specs is right here, actually, in this very room. You're supposed to use them to open this gate again, but they're not gonna do that. They're just gonna clip right through this gate, because if there's a door in our way in this game, there might as well just be no door at all, because we can just clip right through. And this will play a real quick cutscene here, and now they're going to the next lesson, which is the Drought of Living Death, and yeah, another pretty useless ability. It's not even required to use for 100% at any point in the game. It's more of a fun add-on for casual players, because you can, once you learn this potion, you can use the potion to turn into a skeleton, which doesn't do anything. It just looks a little bit goofy. But yeah, this is actually a really cool 2-player section here. So player 2 is gonna be Harry, and he's gonna do the parcel tongue there. Player 1 is gonna be Ron, and is gonna use the Spectre Specs to get the cabinet here done. And after this, player 2 will get one more thing, which is just putting the wizard heads in the correct spots. This is quite a finicky puzzle. Sometimes the wizards can just like get stuck in a weird way, but it's usually fine, and that was alright. And they're actually gonna do a cutscene skip here. So T-Fresh picked up the gold brick when Chimkin was putting the item into the cauldron, and that skipped. Not only did that skip unlocking Draught of Death, which actually soft locked them out of 100% completion, but it skipped a short little cutscene that otherwise we would see, because the game for some reason just sees that all the items are in place and sees that we are getting a reward, even though it's not the lesson reward, and it just lets us progress after that. Right now, they're not taking an intended path, and instead they're gonna be going to Dumbledore's office the other way around. So you're supposed to build the stairs at this point to get to Dumbledore's office, but you can actually just use this route right here and pause fly past this gap to get there without building the stairs. And because of that, we actually will not be seeing them build the stairs at any point in this run. And this is Dumbledore's Memories, where we're playing as young Dumbledore and Miss Cole, and what they're gonna do is, instead of doing this first section, T-Fresh is just gonna pause fly with Dumbledore over this first gate, and from this point on, you only need Miss Cole once. And for some reason, if they put her in a specific place right here, she will just warp straight to Dumbledore in a couple seconds. Should be seeing that right now. Yeah, there we go. There she is. Just needs her to open this door at the end here, and that's the lesson. Right now, I believe we'll be seeing them exit to the Diagon Alley, because the next level, 6-2, starts at the Hogwarts train. And the game wants us to obviously go through the castle to get to the train, but it is faster. If you return to Diagon Alley, it is a faster route to take through London to get to the train station from the other side, basically. It will be look a little bit weird because you'll be seeing them use the train twice in a row to start the level, but yeah, that's just how the game is coded here. Or wait, actually, I am wrong. Excuse me. That will be the next level, but this level, they need to get to Hogsmeade. But the same rule applies, it's just faster to go through here, instead of going through the intended side of the castle. And instead of completing this puzzle, actually, maybe they will just do it. You can skip giving this guy the spoon if you just clip through, but this is like actually top 3 worst clips in the game. For some reason, it's just bad. So yeah, they're just gonna unlock the gate normally, I guess. That's completely fair. But this next level, 6-2, is an insanely quick level. In free play, this level is like 15 seconds. In story, it's more like a minute, but that's still very, very quick. Because immediately, we're gonna be seeing an out-of-bounds door hit. You can just clip straight down from when you start, and that's where the out-of-bounds door for this room is. Just like that. Very nicely done. This room doesn't have a skip, but it's really, really quick. Slughorn just needs to get the stuff from the table. Harry needs to build some things. And put the plates into the sink, I guess. It's basically just the room where you help Slughorn clean up after a party. And after that, we're actually gonna have a party in this room. And this room, you can actually complete this room in about 2 seconds if you hit the out-of-bounds door. But as I've alluded to before, out-of-bounds doors don't progress story if they're hit at the end of the level. So we'll not be seeing that, but instead we'll be seeing the intended way to play this room, which is also like 25 seconds. So not too bad. Camera pan skips really do help here because you don't need to watch anything that's happening, you just go from task to task, even though the game intends you to watch the camera pans. But yeah, that's the level. Very, very quick. So at this point in the run, the runners have unlocked almost every single spell, with just 2 left, and they will be unlocking one of them right now, which is the Aguamenti spell. Which is the spell that casts water, basically. And they'll be doing a very cool skip here. So Chimkin is gonna do some really weird parkour there, very, very nicely done, to get to this top floor early. For some reason, some of the fire on that bookshelf he jumped from doesn't have like actual collision, or doesn't have damageable collision, so you can just jump on top of it and be fine. And yeah, all they need to do is build the watering can, and fill it with water, use it, and that will give them the key to free the professor's stuck in the chest, and that's the end of the lesson. So I guess even at this point in the game, you kinda can get the idea that even though no levels early is doing the intended way of things, intended route to get through the game, we're absolutely not doing anything other than the route intended. Everything in this game is broken, pretty much. There's only a couple of exceptions, but there's very few in between. So this right now is what I was actually talking about before the previous level. They are taking this route to get to the train from the other side a little bit faster. This next level, though, probably one of my least favorites. Probably a lot of people's least favorite. But it is interesting, that's for sure. It's just not always nice, let's say that. So immediately, they're gonna be clipping out of this room, because you can just get through that door early, and that will skip doing everything in that little shed. Right here, they're gonna be clipping a Molly through this wall, and once you're out of bounds, the floor extends like basically the whole way on the out of bounds section, so you can just walk to the end of this room. But yeah, this clip, it's for some reason very annoying. It just doesn't like to work sometimes. Oh, that was almost it. Yeah, they're getting pretty unlucky here right now. Okay, there we go. So yeah, you can just walk to the end behind the fire, and that skips like a whole very annoying section. So right now they need to get the scissors out to cut through the bushes on the right. This is a really fast room. You just basically need to walk from point A to point B. Oh, they did get... Okay, that was pretty funny. And we'll be entering this the boss fight here with Bellatrix, which is our second proper boss fight of this game, if I am not mistaken. The goal here is that you need to shoot Death Eaters for a bit, and then Bellatrix shows up and shoots another cadaver at you, and then she will throw objects, and you're supposed to deflect the objects at her, and that's what we'll be seeing. There isn't really any skip to this, unfortunately. They just need to basically wait it out here. And you need to do it 3 times over, but each phase there's more Death Eaters for them to defeat. And you actually get also this guy, Greyback, and you need to also shoot him to make Bellatrix appear. So the second phase here, very similar to the first phase. Just waiting for Bellatrix to start throwing objects again. And this last phase does have a bit of a... is actually faster than previous phases, because for some reason in this phase, Bellatrix doesn't wait for you to kill the Death Eaters. She just shows up instantly, and the Death Eaters are just more of a distraction. So yeah, the last phase is they spared us the waiting here. It's a little bit faster, so that's good. We still need to get the last object into her though, and that's the end of the level. And now for the final lesson, I believe the final lesson of the game, the Reducto lesson. So after this lesson, Harry's spell wheel will be fully complete. And this lesson is really quick. You just need to shoot 5 of these statues, and one is at the top, but you can just jump from that object and shoot it like that, and I mean, that's the lesson. Oh, what else can I say? Very, very quick. Right now, I believe they have a little bit of a detour to do, since the next up is 6-4, which is the next level. But before they get to 6-4, they need to go to Dumbledore's office just to watch a cutscene, which, again, we'll not be watching because they're playing on with no cut. But yeah, it's just mandatory to go there. And you can see that this token here is spawned in. This token will be used later in this year to do a very cool skip. For now, they will get the stairs halfway built from this side, just to make the jump over there. Watch this cutscene, and by watch I mean skip, and make their way back here. And the next level starts in Slughorn's office, which is just to the left of where they are right now. Right in that corner there. Now this level is long, I'm not gonna lie. And this is one of the levels that just is lacking skips, because all of the out-of-bounds doors that we would be able to use are pretty far out of bounds, and it's also a pain to clip in this level for some reason. So we'll be seeing this room done normally. And it's actually a really complex room, one of the hardest rooms to play correctly. We're making a potion here from all of these ingredients, and this is a potion that's supposed to cure Ron from his love potion that he drank. Basically, they now need to build a reindeer decoration here, which makes the chandelier go down. Don't ask me the logic here. All of that to get a key to get to Slughorn's. I don't know what this is, a locker, I guess. To find a medication for Ron again. So now, right now, Harry player 1, he's gonna be fighting Malfoy. And player 2, Ron, is gonna be filling up this Aguamente tank through the water tank through the hatch there. You need 2 players there normally to fill it up, but you actually don't if you just do it from a precise spot. And they're gonna be trying to skip both of these camera pans right now. They did that successfully, very nice. So they basically kind of like cut the time of this room in half by doing both things at the same time. Just need to get the water here. This is a camera pan that they actually don't skip, because this camera pan, the dynamite spawns after it. So there's no point in skipping it, because you need to wait the same amount anyway. So they're gonna completely sabotage the cubicles here, just to get Malfoy out of the cubicle. And there's one more duel with Malfoy that Harry needs to do. And meanwhile, player 2 is just trying to get Chimkin player 2 just pet launched to get that crest just for fun. We don't need crests in this category, but it's a cool thing you can do if you're bored, especially in co-op. And after this room, we have the last room of this level, which is the room of requirements. First of all, they need to make a strength potion. So Ginny is gonna grab that ingredient on the left, and then the ingredient on the right here, and Harry's gonna get the flower here. And once that is in, that's the entire potion made. And yeah, basically we can't just clip through this because we need both characters on the other side, so we need to use the potion to use that strength handle. And now, because we have two players here, they can just clip Ginny through this wall here. And there's some floor out of bounds that she can walk on. And that gets you to the end of the level, where you can build this anvil and fill the water tank on the left, and that will be the level. So, yeah, just we did skip a lot of stuff just in this room, but it all things considered, this is a pretty long level, as far as like every other level in this game goes. So right now, I believe they will be setting up the thing I was talking about. I am not sure right now, actually. Oh, I think they got confused. So what the idea here is, if they coordinate it correctly and one player collects the token and the other goes through the door, like that, this activates a really weird state. This activates a save storage. The game does remember that they picked up that token, but because they skipped the animation of picking it up, it didn't have the time to save the token. So it will just basically use the the game will use the next opportunity it has to save that token. And what the game thinks is the next opportunity is the status screen after this level. Which we'll be seeing the effects of that in a second once they finish this level. This level is actually pretty quick. We'll be seeing a clip here straight away to skip the entire room 1. Basically, you can just clip on the left wall here, and then you can just walk to the end of this room, and the transition just barely extends so that you can hit it without destroying the flower. But this clip is not excellent. Let's just say that much. Might take a few tries. Alright. Sweet. Did clip out. So, here in this next room, this is actually a really cool room. Slughorn's gonna use this defend the wall before Harry goes into this cutscene trigger, just to get the first item like built and pick up the popsicle here. And actually, Harry player 1 was also shooting the mole when that was happening. And they're gonna divide this room in half. Now Slughorn's gonna go to the bottom, Harry and Fang are gonna go to the top to get that item. And that's basically all they need. Is actually that's the plate there. But yeah, all the items for the potion are on the left side here. And this potion, all it does is it like explodes and gives you buildable pieces for this the plate or the button, I guess. They just need both of them on this. Not really sure what this is. It's supposed to get the thing out of the spider, but yeah. Anyway, so now because they got the save storage and they ended the level, you'll be seeing that they are not skipping the status screen, and that's because they just can't. The save storage doesn't allow you to skip through the status screen because this is not supposed to happen. Let's just say that much. But once they press continue story here, the game is gonna save. And the game is just not supposed to save there. Not at all. So they will be now restarting the game. And if they did it correctly, which I am assuming they did, once they restart the game here, they will spawn very close to the next level instead of spawning at the grounds. We'll see if it worked in a second. Also, because they restarted the game, they do need to input NoCat again. I don't know if they're listening to me, but I am hoping they did. They will. Okay, they do remember. Good. So yeah, because of that save storage, they spawned right here. The game remembered where they picked up the token, and the game spawned them here instead of spawning them at the grounds, which does actually end up saving a little bit of time loadless. I don't believe it saves time RTA, but because this game is usually timed out timed without loads, they are focusing on the loadless stuff mostly. Anyway, on to the last level of year 6. Looks like they have their characters backwards. Surely that's not gonna cause any issues. This first room, just gonna clip Harry through this wall because the door is right there. Gonna use this, get this bridge up, and that plays a caravan that they can skip. And they will be setting up for a skip coming up in the next section. But for now, they have an unskippable section where they need to use this parcel tongue puzzle first. And then they will get your classic LEGO game press buttons in an arbitrary order sequence. So there's 4 of these. It's the same every single time. And there's a caravan after each one. So, very, very cool. Totally not repetitive. That was interesting. I do believe that was intentional. Yeah, so they intentionally waited with Dumbledore to have his wand be put away. And they will be setting up another super jump here. But this super jump is gonna cause them to launch. So they're gonna get a stored super jump from that spot, and they're gonna position themselves very precisely so that Dumbledore jumps inside of the floor, and with any luck, they will be able to launch high enough. That was unfortunately not in the correct spot, it seemed like. With any luck, they will get launched high enough to be able to hit an out-of-bounds door that skips this whole room. Doesn't look like they're getting they're having luck with this right now. This is a really tricky skip. It's also fairly new. Okay, there we go. That should work. Nice. So there we go. They just pause fly from that launch, pause fly forward, and that hits the out of bounds door to skip that. And right now, player 1 immediately jumping through the fire. You're totally supposed to do that. To get to that last duel here early. And player 2 doesn't really have a job here. Chimkin is just meandering about with the thing you're supposed to use normally, but he doesn't actually need to use it. And yeah, that will be year 6 completed. And if you've never played this game before, this game is years 5 through 7, but that doesn't mean we have 1 year left. It's the same as movies, where year 7 is split into 2. So in this game, we technically have a year 7 and a year 8. That's what it's called in the game files. So right now we are in Deathly Hallows Part 1, and it looks like their player 1 is not dropped. Oh, I think that always happens. It's an interesting little thing. Yeah, so right now we're in Deathly Hallows Part 1, which is Year 7, and then Deathly Hallows Part 2, which is Year 7 Part 2, but we just refer to it as Year 8, and that's what I'm gonna call it. Anyway, this first level here, very, very cool level, actually. A lot of 1P2C you'll be seeing, or 2 players rather, not 1P2C. First of all, they need to make a Polyjuice potion here. This is the 7 Harrys, which is where they disguise like all of Dumbledore, or actually not Dumbledore's army, the other crew. I don't remember what they're called. Order of the Phoenix, yeah, that's what they're called. As Harrys, so that Harry has a easier time getting to the hideout. And yeah, after that, they need to get the motorbike here repaired, because, I don't know why, but Hagrid broke it, I think. And this is also a really quick room. And this right here is an auto-scroller. And you'll be seeing that they're gonna be shooting at the Death Eaters, and they're gonna be getting some insane amount of studs here. Like, they're already at 100k, got the True Wizard in this level, and with any luck they will be getting like 800k from this section. We don't really know why this happens, but on higher frame rates, your studs get multiplied in this section on player 1 specifically, not on player 2. So yeah, because T-Fresh has a pretty good computer here, he'll be getting a lot of studs. Looks like just over 800k in that section, and funnily enough. That singular room is the reason why this game's 100% has a really easy time with stud routing, because from playing that one room, you can usually afford to buy multiple stud multipliers, which is really crazy. Anyway, in this room, they are just learning the ability to use the Illuminator and Hermione's Bag, which are 2 new abilities for Ron and Hermione respectively. And now this is the wedding, where they will just need to basically make their way to the right of the room. A lot of Aguamenti usage in this room, as well as the first required use of Hermione's Bag, and there's a lot of those. We'll be getting this creature out of the ice there to douse the flames on the right. And another Hermione's Bag usage. We have a total of 3 in like a span of 1 minute. And as well we'll have Ron needing to use the Illuminator here. And what the Illuminator does is it basically transforms the light from one place to another, which is a very, like, yeah, the game is just made around to have that work, but it's basically Ron's replacement for Lumos Solemn. Instead of that spell, he just has the Illuminator from this point on. And yeah, that's the first level of Year 7. And the thing about Year 7 and Year 8 is that we will not be seeing any lessons, because they happen almost exclusively outside of Hogwarts. So aside from this here, where they learn the Apparition ability, that's really it for like learning any new abilities for the rest of the run. So from this point, it's just levels basically, with the exception of this section where you have a really unnecessary diner fight with these 2 Death Eaters here that tried to ambush the crew here in this diner. I'm not really sure why they didn't just make this part of the next level, but yeah, it's just something they need to sit for right now. Just throwing objects back at them. In the second phase, they will basically just shoot themselves, and you need to shoot them yourself to deal the next heart. But for next they need to, or first they need to just like wait for like 30 seconds for them to do anything. Yeah, not really much to talk about here. I imagine they don't really have much to really say on their own right now. They're just kind of doing random stuff while waiting for the guys to give them the opportunity to deal damage to them. And yeah, it's almost done here though. Just need to wait for this blonde guy to throw the cake at them, which they can deflect, and that will be the end of this small section here. On to the next level, 7-2. This is quite the notorious level in this speedrun, and not because it's a difficult level or it has some cool skips. Quite on the contrary, this level, unfortunately, like basically has no skips that they'll be doing. Really unfortunate, but it's just really difficult. We can skip almost everything in this room or in this level, but it's just very, very inconsistent and annoying. Definitely not viable for a marathon run like this. So, fortunately, this first section here is pretty fast-paced. So, all they need to do is use basically they built this defendo thing here. They need to use that, and that will get the newspapers out of the way. We'll be seeing 2 freeze clips here to clip Harry through this gate on the right here. We're skipping like half of this room just with this clip, because you're supposed to go to Umbridge's office normally, but we don't do that. And then clip through this gate just to skip using Aquamenti on that water can. And one more freeze clip. And now we're on to the Ministry fight with Umbridge and the guy in the back that I do not know the name of. I don't even know if it's mentioned in the movies. They basically need to get rid of the Ministry Guards, and Umbridge throws objects. One of them is deflectable, and they're just standing in that corner so that they can get the objects to destroy themselves a little bit quicker. And this is gonna happen 3 times. After that, we're gonna have a duel with the guy in the back. And then after that, we're gonna have a duel with Umbridge. So, yeah, very exciting stuff. And you can see that because Harry isn't in that corner, Umbridge tries to throw the object at Harry, but because he's in that corner, they just break themselves on the way to him. Yes, now they need to fight this guy. Basically a standard duel. This game doesn't really go very creatively with boss fights. It's just the same thing repeated. They didn't really add very many mechanics to this game that would make for an interesting boss fight. It does seem like maybe Chunkin is taking a small break here, as yeah, he has nothing to do here for like about a minute. Interesting to see. And yeah, now they're on to the duel with Umbridge. Which is the same thing, just different. Same thing, different enemy. And if you thought it's over right after this duel, then you're not correct, because what's better than one auto-scroller? Well, 2 auto-scrollers. Just need to run through this hallway for like 30 seconds, and that will finally be the end of this level. Like I said, quite the notorious level because of how much of it we actually need to play. Oh, that's interesting. Shooting water at Crookshanks to slow him down. I don't think that's very That's very speedy, but what do I know? In any case, that was 7-2. Now on their way to 7-3. Need to use this bag pad here to get the rocks destroyed and the apparition pad to be buildable. And using this apparition pad, you can get to the next level. Now this level is also quite interesting. We'll be skipping the first half, and then the second half will basically be seeing in its unbroken form. This first room, the out of bounds door to skip this room is exactly where you think it is, just behind this gate. It almost feels like that's intentional, but that gate is not supposed to be open, not at all. And right here, they need to clip through these books. And this is a really annoying clip, actually. Because you don't have to just clip slightly through the books, you need to clip all the way. Otherwise, you see right there what happened. They only clipped like halfway through them and they got stuck. So you need to reattempt it. Quite the bad clip. This is something that kind of like this part of the run, year 7. Oh wow, that was clean. That worked out pretty well. Yeah, what I was saying is that year 7 is quite known for having the most annoying freeze clips in this game. It just tends to work out like that for some reason. And now they have this fight with Nagini, I believe. Not really much to write home about here. Throwing objects into him, and then he gets stunned, you get one object into his stomach, and get to drag him to the next phase. This is a pretty quick fight, but similar to kind of like the previous level. There's just not much you can do to speed this up. We'll be turning VSync on here for the next hub section. And I believe also for this next hammer that they're gonna use here. Again, VSync on, caps your FPS to 60, and makes the movable objects a little bit more obedient, because we play most of this run on higher FPS because of stuff like free slipping and launching and pause flying. But higher FPS does also cause some problems, and yeah, one of them is the objects not moving quite as well. So they will be playing on VSync on for a couple of minutes here. This boss fight is almost over. Just need to throw this lamp. And that's the level. That's already half of year 7 done. Year 7 part 1. Or half of year 7 part 1, that's what I wanted to say. They have 3 more levels, and these next 3 levels are quite cool. As far as I'm concerned anyway. Right now they need to follow the Patronum to this next level, because it actually opens this door here to it, so that's required to do. And this first room of this level is the mandatory LEGO water section, which we all love and enjoy, and none of us complains about. But what I will say is, this room is actually pretty cool. It's not very fast, but it's a nice little 2-player movement here. Except for the part where they're using the swordfish to cut into the ice, and it takes like 25 seconds, but yeah, and camera pan skips do save us here. Unfortunately, this does seem like they didn't get that one. They're a little bit finicky in this water section, because if you There's something weird with player 2 not being able to be called in when he's not touching the ground, which can mess you up a bit. That should be fine. There we go, another camera pan skip. And just one more thing they need to do to get this room done. Basically, looks like they will be setting up for a camera pan skip here as well. Oh, looks like they didn't get it, unfortunately. That's fine, that doesn't save a lot of time. But they will be... The idea here is that you need to get the Sword of Gryffindor, is I believe what it's called, out of the ice. Because they'll need to destroy the Horcrux, which will be the next part of this level. Destroying said Horcrux. So that's the aforementioned sword. The end of this room. And now this is a really cool section. Basically, player 1 will be taking care of this right side here. Player 1 will be taking care of this left side. There's two... I don't even know what they're supposed to be. Two objects that you need to place into the rocks on at the top there to activate a parcel tongue puzzle to open the Horcrux, basically. So that's what's gonna happen here, and after that we have a boss fight with Tornado Voldemort. Very interesting boss fight, and actually I would say it's a pretty interesting one. Basically, Ron will be holding the Sword of Gryffindor in this section, and he can actually damage the boss, but only at certain times, and Harry Player 2 will need to shoot down all of the spiders so that the boss is actually damageable. And because Ron is scared of spiders, he can't really help out here, so with these spiders only Harry can deal with. But yeah, that's already the first two hearts, and here player 2 will need to build the flower, and Voldemort sends out these like weird small tornadoes, and if they hit the flower build here, they actually destroy it. So player 1 is running in circles with it, so that doesn't happen. But player 2 is using the flower to scare away the evil clones of Harry and Hermione, just so Ron can deal the last hit, and that's the level. Now we have 7-5 coming up, and 7-5, I'm also hoping for the best here. This is a level, this is the infamous level where you need to play the Three Brothers section. Fortunately, a couple of weeks ago, I want to say, we did find a way to skip said section, because how this next level looks like is there's one room at the beginning which will be skipped. You will be seeing it right away. And then we have room 2, the Three Brothers section, and then we basically go back to room 2. So, if we cut out the middleman, which is the Three Brothers section, if we just find a way to stay in the second room without triggering that section, we can just not play that. And that's exactly what they're hoping to have happen here. First of all, they need to switch back to VSync off to get this freeze clip through the door. This is the first room, which basically, once they clip through this door, there's an out of bounds door below the stairs here. Not really where you would think it is, but pretty close. And now they're gonna be doing a bunch of super jumps. First of all, they need to raise these stairs, and you're supposed to walk up these stairs and trigger the Three Brothers section. But what they will do is they'll get a stored super jump to get both of the players above the stairs, hopefully. Looks like they did get Hermione stuck, which is not ideal, but they can freeze clip her out. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, basically what the idea is, they need to get both of the players. Oh, okay, looks like they're soft-locked. That's unfortunate. They just need to redo that again, though. It's actually faster to do that. So that's fine. But yeah, the idea is they need to get, with a stored super jump, they need to get both players on the top of, basically above the trigger to the Free Builder section, which will allow them to pause fly all the way to the next part of the level, which is in the same room, just really far away from that part. Fortunately, this is not going really well so far, but it's fine, because like I said, that skip does save a lot of time. Okay, looks like they actually missed the room 1 door right here, but it's really easy to retry, fortunately. Yeah, this is about like the freeze flips experience sometimes. Just not the most friendly thing in this game. Okay, there we go. Back into here. Hopefully this time it goes a little bit better. Okay, they have Hermione up top. And they have Harry up top, there we go. And now what they're gonna do is they're gonna pause fly. Oh, oh my, okay. Wow, interesting. Huh. That's unfortunate. They're just gonna need to do that again though. That's fine. All they need to do once they get on the ceiling here is jump and pause fly with both characters at the same time to the next section. And just from a quick glance, this should be fine. Looks like... Huh. That's interesting. Got Harry stuck in the ceiling. I believe the power of free slipping will be able to help him out here. Let's just hope I'm right. There we go. Almost. Basically, they just need to get Harry unstuck, and then they will be able to progress with the next part of the skip. I'm not really sure what happened right now. Huh. I believe they accidentally switched characters. This is not good. Oh, is Hermione just stuck? Oh. Interesting. Yeah, apologies for the... I'm not really sure what is happening right now, but I do believe... Yeah. Well, that's really unfortunate. What happened there is they... I don't even know really how it happened, because I have some experience with that trick. I've never seen Harry get launched to the ceiling and get stuck in the object there. I guess we'll just need to see that again. Really punishing trick. This is why I was saying I am hoping for the best here. But they are really... devoted into trying to show us this really cool trick, so... All I can really say is... Hopefully they to make it this time. Alright, Hermione's up, I believe. No, what? Yeah, okay, Hermione's up, Harry's up, okay, sorry, little bit of a... wasn't really sure what was happening for a second, but... Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. I believe, they didn't realize that Harry had Lumos on, so he couldn't jump. Alright, so we'll see the same thing again. Okay, looks like they're there. Need to retry that because Harry didn't jump. Yeah, this is a really difficult trick. Especially it's actually harder co-op because they need to coordinate it with each other, like when to jump, when to pause fly. It's quite a tough one. But okay, this is good. This is gonna work. They are gonna just go a little bit more to the right than they did last time to avoid clipping into the object they got stuck in. And yeah, this is good. There we go. So we've made it here, finally. And now what you can do is you can just, if you have two characters there, you can just switch back and forth over that the staircase there, and that will make player 2 launch upwards. And that's the end of the level, basically. Yeah, very unfortunate here. Did lose quite a bit of time, but they did get to showcase the trick, and that's all that matters here. And we're on to the last level of Year 7 Part 1, 7-6. And this level is really broken. This level, if it goes right, it will be under 2 minutes. We can skip basically everything. So let's hope that that happens here. Right at the very beginning, they're gonna get a stored super jump from just falling off of the ledge there. And they're gonna get run out of bounds and pause fly him to the next floor that you can land on, which is just behind that door, which is also out of bounds. But yeah, there we go. So now they're over there, and now hopefully they make their way to the out of bounds door for this next, to skip this room, basically. It's just to the left there. It's quite a wonky camera and takes a lot of pause flying. And there we go. That was very nice. And now we just have one more out of bounds door to end this level, and it's a very similar thing to the end of Year 5. This out of bounds door that they're gonna hit here, very nicely done, does not progress the story, but because this is the last level of Year 7, it doesn't need to progress the story, because we're gonna be put into Year 8 regardless. So anyway, that's the 3 out of the 4 years in this run done. We just have one more, Year 8, which is quite the trick gauntlet, if I do say so myself. We'll be seeing some really cool strats here. First of all, we have 8-1, which is the Gringotts Vault level, where they break into Bellatrix's vault in Gringotts. But before that, we have another auto-scroller. This very infamous minecart section. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, I do not believe this one can softlock, like the one in LEGO Indiana Jones. Although I do have a faint memory of soft-locking this as a kid, but I do not recall how. In either case, after this minecart section, we'll actually get to the interesting part of this level. And even though they have shot all of the targets, they just need to wait to loop around here, like that. And that takes them to this room. Very cool two-player movement in this level, especially in this room. Hermione is taking care of the stuff on the bottom with the bag pad. Harry's using the key. That's he's gonna need to use on the ball here. Just to scare the dragon. And it allows us to get into the vault here. And this room and the last room of the level are the same room. So instead of doing anything in this vault here to actually progress the level, we can just clip out of the vault. And I don't really know why you can just like, okay, yeah, you can just clip through and leave the vault early. And I'm not really sure why that door to leave the vault is there, because you don't ever use that. Usually you're supposed to do something to play a cutscene that takes you out of the vault, but that not only skips the cutscene, but just, yeah, leaves the vault immediately, and they can do the second part of this room, which is freeing the dragon from the chains. So very, very quick, and now they're gonna be on the dragon, and they need to shoot 5 goblins. Oh, unfortunately they missed one of them. There's actually 6 of them. You only need to shoot 5. Okay, they got him just before he was about to run away. So yeah, not a very long level, just has an auto-scroller. That's really it. And right now, we're gonna have a small hub section here to before the next level. Yes, just need to. If I'm not mistaken, that's like the second Weasley box used this run. Or maybe even the first mandatory one, which is quite interesting. That we go so far into the game without really using any. Right here, immediately gonna drop out player 1 and use that dig spot here. Hopefully the Death Eaters don't bully. Okay, nice. And there's gonna be a camera pan immediately after this bag, that's why player 1 dropped out immediately. Another camera pan coming up here after they use this the handle here. And once that camera pan plays, you can just, the invisible wall goes away immediately, so you can just jump through. And there's a clip here to skip the remaining part of this room. Because you can just barely, if you just barely clip into this wall, you will hit the trigger. Or you can just get a launch and fly over. That works too. This room, not gonna skip. It's really, really quick. 2 players, Ron and Hermione, do stuff on the right, Harry does stuff on the left with the alarm. Just need to use this Weasley box and the radio here to finish up. This is a really, really quick room. Gonna go into a not super quick not super quick room here. Right at the very beginning, they need to do a duel with the Caro twins. Oh yeah, but this is a problem with this duel, is this is a duel that's considered a slow duel, and in slow duels, if you have the Glacius spell, for some reason you can freeze the boss with the Glacius spell, and that just completely stuns them, and there's nothing you can do for like 7 seconds, which is really weird because on most of the duels you can't do that. Like the Glacius spell doesn't do that, but on this and a couple others, it does that, and it's really annoying. And right now, they are gonna be fighting Snape. Interesting choice to use McGonagall here instead of Harry Potter. It makes absolutely no difference, except for the fact that I've never seen anybody use McGonagall here. Actually, maybe it does make a difference with the duel, because McGonagall doesn't have the focus spell. I'm not really sure. Anyway, they just need to throw 3 objects back at Snape here to deal 3 hearts of damage here, and after that there's gonna be another duel, and that's the end of the level.
Can I hop in for one quick donation?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Perfect time.
We got $10 from Dexter, saying giving the ad revenue of my latest video to 8-Bit Music. So thank you, Dexter Jetster Clips, whoever you are. And that puts us at only $15 away from 8-Bit Music.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dexter Jetster, for that donation. A very amazing person. We learned where Camino is because of him. And yeah, if you want to see 8-Bit Music in the next run, which is gonna be starting in about half an hour, you should absolutely donate to the charity and put that towards the that incentive, because there's just $15 left. So yeah, really encourage you guys to donate for a good cause. And yeah, that was 8-2, so now we're going straight into 8-3. Like I said, this second half of the run doesn't have any lessons in between levels, so it's just a quick hub section to get here. And yeah, this is actually a really exciting level, one of my favorites for sure. This first room, immediately we're gonna see a super jump to get past the log here. And this is not a stored super jump like we've seen in the other levels. This is just a super jump. If you do some really specific movement and swap characters, Harry Potter just jumps through that log like it's nothing. Not really sure why, we haven't really fully figured it out, but that's how it is, and it looks like there's something weird happening on Luna's side, but anyway, that's the end of room 1. And this is a really cool room. Basically, the idea is you need to put 5 dynamites into the spots, and they're all around the bridge. Just pause flying there to get a little bit faster. And it's just really cool 2-player movement. Doesn't have a skip, but it's really cool, especially if you're doing this solo with 1P2C. It's an amazing room to just like practice 1P2C, and it's both of the players are just like very disconnected from each other. So one is doing one thing, the other is doing another thing, and I mean that's about it really. We have a dig spot here for the last dynamite. I am actually curious what they're gonna do in this next room here, because they're either gonna do a freeze clip or go for a stored super jump. I guess we'll have to find out which one they prefer. Looks like they will be going for the freeze slip through this door straight to the Chamber of Secrets. I mean, I guess they are already in the Chamber of Secrets. Okay, that worked out pretty nice. And I believe they're gonna be going for a super jump right here. Yeah, so gonna push Hermione into the water, drop out, and yeah, just like that. You not only get the stored super jump immediately, but she also just immediately jumps through the rocks. Like that. Stored super jumps are just something else. Very, very cool piece of tech. Just need to use this backpad as Hermione on the right. Player 2 just kind of built that skeleton. Doesn't really matter. It's for a crest, but we don't need that. And I mean, that's already 8-3 done. This is a really quick and really fun level, like I said. I would recommend this level to everybody. And we're on to 8-4. So we only have 3 levels left. We're not that far from being done. But yeah, this level... in any percent, it's the ultimate level of the run. And no levels early, it's a little bit more tame because we don't need to do 2 of the skips. But we will be seeing a launch and a really big pause fly in this first room here. So he's gonna try to launch off of this sweeper here. That seems to work out really nicely. And now he can pause fly all the way to the end of this room. And that skips everything that happens here. If he lands on top of this invisible wall, there we go. You can just go around and hit the door like that. Here, really quick room, about 15 seconds. Just need to get the piece of the pipe here, get Crookshanks in, press a button, knock over the knight, and that's the room. And immediately in the next room, we're gonna see another launch with Hermione. Hopefully. And just in between the objects here, pulling out Crookshanks gets you up like that. That skips a camera pan and some movement, and you can just jump over the next camera pan trigger like that. Make your way to the right here. Make the ladder out of this Defindo wall, and onto the last room of this level. Because this level is like I said, like the ultimate level of any percent. A lot of runners of this game just have this, are just really good at this level because of how much you need to practice it, basically. So this section, really cool 2-player movement. Harry is gonna be doing the right side. Hermione is gonna be doing the middle and left side. Basically, the idea is here that you need to fill 3 tanks of water to douse the flames around Malfoy and his crew. Fortunately, not all of them survive, but hey, we take what we get. Looks like Tifa needs to get the broom out of the way on his side because it was in the way a little bit. These Aguamenti tanks are quite a bit annoying to fill out or fill up sometimes. They're not the best thing in this game, that's for sure. And that's 8-4. So we just have 2 levels left, and they're pretty quick ones. First they need to make their way over to 8-5, which is just down the hall. And just as a quick reminder here, this is kind of like your last chance to get the donations in for the 8-bit music incentive for the next run in probably around 15 minutes from now or so. So, yep, make sure to get that, make the donations in, and yeah. will be heading into 8-5 here. I didn't see if they dropped out. I hope they did. Looks like they did, okay. Able to skip that camera pan instantly. And you can magic that object if you just jump on that statue's head for some reason. You can put this hand into place. Place a camera pan, and now, hopefully, if they get lucky enough, they will be able to pulse fly over this gap with Ron and skip most of this. But okay, looks like they just got it. So you can see that Ron just kind of like stopped, and that's because the spiders spawned in. And if the spiders spawn in while Ron is pulse flying, you just like are not able to pulse fly anymore, which is really annoying, and it's kind of luck based in this level. Fortunately, they did get all right RNG here, so Ron is over there and is basically gonna do most of this. And there's another set of spiders that spawn in here, but because player 2 is by the troll, the spiders are gonna despawn like immediately. Basically, they're spawning in like now, and once they fully spawn in, they despawn like that, and Ron is able to do stuff again. And that's almost the end of this room. They just have some things to make here. And there, even though it looks like the doorway there is just open, there's an invisible wall in the way. There's supposed to be a troll in the way, but because we sequence break this level so much, there isn't a troll, but the invisible wall is still there. Right now, they're gonna do a stored super jump twice in this room to get out of bounds with both characters, because you need both Ron and Harry on the other side of this wall. And I'm not really sure. Ah, okay. This is the setup. I see. Yeah, so Ron needs to use the Deluminator, and Harry needs to use the Focus spell. So they did a stored super jump to get out of bounds with both, to bring them both here. This is a really annoying object to put into place. Okay, there we go. Second try. Now I need to Agamente this tank. Water tank, and that'll basically be the end of this level. I just need to bring a bucket to Snape. And I mean, that is 8-5 done. We just have one more level left, but before we get to the last level, there is quite a long walk they need to take to get to it.
Perfect. Well, that's a good time for a donation.
Go ahead.
Because we have $10 from United Knight Jackson saying 8-bit mewing. All right, thank you, Parker, for the $10. I mean, that puts us only $5 away from our 8-bit music for Lord of the Rings. So, if anyone's interested in closing that out, you know, be a real hero to the stream, real hero to Extra Life, please do. And again, thank you, Parker.
Thank you so much, Parker. Appreciate it. Yeah, just $5 left for that incentive. And yeah, just perfect timing, because we're just about gonna be entering the last level here. This level is... the IL record is like 20 seconds. So we'll see how fast they're able to do it. It's one freeze clip and then some complicated out of bounds movement, and yeah, this basically this level, the first room and the last room of the level are in the same map file. So if you get out of bounds here, you can walk straight to the end level trigger, because this is also the last room of the level, so the end level trigger is in here. And it's already active, you just need to get to it out of bounds. gonna be pulse flying over this gap. Oh, just barely missed that, unfortunately. And we will be coming up on time. Basically, time ends as soon as they hit this out of bounds door here, and it's gonna be about now. That's time. GG's to our runners here, T-Fresh and Chimkin. Very amazing showcase of this category. This is a really amazing speed game, and this category is just full of really, really cool stuff. Um, I don't believe T-Fresh's mic is gonna be coming through the stream, so I guess I'm just gonna, unless they tell me otherwise, I'm just gonna close this run out. Yeah, just amazing. Very cool that we got to see this full game here. Like I said, I really like this category. I had a lot of fun playing it myself a couple years back, so and now they're kind of like taking the lead with or optimizing this. So without further ado, thank you again for these runners for doing this run. Thank you for having me on commentary, and yeah, I guess take it away, Hav.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, very fun run. Always nice to see some Harry Potter co-op. And we will take a quick ad break, but in the meantime, again, we have only $5 left until the 8-bit music, Lord of the Rings restricted free play incentive. So, $5. All you gotta do is click the link in !Discord, click donate, put in your credit card information, log into Venmo, log into PayPal, whatever you'd like. $5. It's all for a very good cause. But yeah, with that, we will see you in a few. Are we good? Are we good? Excellent. There we go. So, here we are again. He's in the now world famous Face Off, hosted here by LEGOthon. Here, Bane versus Clayface. This one, these I think are going to be a lot closer. So let me go get this poll set up. I'll run it pretty short, but yeah, here we go. So, Clayface. The votes start coming in. Immediate early vote for Bane, although Clayface takes the lead. Now, of course, Bane has premiered in a lot of the films. Actually, anyone in chat, does anybody know if Clayface has been in a Batman film of note or a Batman film at all? I can't think of any off the top of my head, unless no, I think it was Sandman that was. Well, actually, yeah, different people altogether. But yeah, I don't know if any of the Clayface fans that have voted for him, because currently Clayface leading Bane 4-2. Any of those Clayface fans can tell us either why Clayface is so cool, where Clayface has appeared. The film is astounding. It seems to me that Clayface is only a figment of our imagination, no films, purely comic book hero. Always very cool. Certainly, I think any of these Clayface fans are hoping he's going to be appearing in the next Batman film. There we go. P53 saying there's going to be a Clayface planned movie. The official Clayface saga in the DCCU, as they call it. Ooh, apparently Clayface was in the movie The Justice League Flashpoint Paradox. Well, there you gotta go. Yeah, Clayface getting the double jump, Bane not able to double jump in Lego Batman, of course, going back to the run, and it seems like that has been a very convincing argument as Clayface now takes the lead 9-3 over Bane right as this poll ends. And talking about taking leads here, never mind, I was gonna say that we still have $5 left for the 8-bit music incentive, but it appears that Cdemnastic, our very own Cdemnastic, has closed that out, getting the remaining $5 left, so we will be getting 8-bit music for LEGO The Lord of the Rings restricted free play coming up right after this, and there we go. Clayface, easy sweep over Bane. I'm surprised, but I think once we realize the double jump situation, then it's kind of. Just finish off what I was gonna say. With that, we will take a quick ad break, and then we will be getting right into Lego The Lord of the Rings. Cool.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to this LEGO Lord of the Rings restricted free play speedrun. I'm Captain Paxo. I've been running this game for over 6 years at this point. It's been a long time, but yeah, I'm happy to show this run off today. This is a kind of new category, so we'll be showing off something a little bit different, but hopefully you'll get to see some really cool tech. Before we get started with this run, I need to know, did the 8-bit music incentive get met? Okay, I'm assuming I've caught Harv at a bad time there, so I will quickly check myself. I believe it did, but I want to double check. Yes, it did. Fantastic. Okay, in that case, I will turn on 8-bit music, and we'll have this lovely copyright-free background music to listen to, which is always good fun. But yeah, let's get started. We'll start off with this level. We'll start off with Battle of Pelennor Fields. Time starts when I press A to confirm this character selection. We'll go in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, fantastic. So the reason why I'm starting with what appears to be a random level kind of partway through the run in Pelennor Fields is because this game has some tendencies to softlock sometimes. And by starting with this level, hopefully we'll be able to avoid softlocks which come up particularly in this level. That is the plan. After we've completed this level, which is midway through Return of the King, it's the 4th level in the 3rd film out of 3. After that, we will then go into normal chronological order. But I should also explain the category. Restricted free play basically means free play, so playing all the levels in free play mode, but we are limited on some of the tricks we can do. This game has some incredibly broken tricks at very high FPSs. For example, if you pause the game and you have over 1200 FPS in the pause screen, then your full speed will reset, which means you can effectively gain pretty much infinite horizontal movement. In this category, we're going to be restricting that, so we can actually see a lot more of the game that way. It's obviously a very broken glitch, but then it tends to kind of monopolize all of the strats in the game. Whereas with a restricted category, we get to see a lot more variation. We do start with this level essentially being a boss fight gauntlet though. So we're going to have a while to get through these different bosses. We start off with the Fell Beast, I believe here, which is a pretty simple boss fight. Basically, we've got to wait out each of these phases, and then at the end of each phase, we've got to hit the guy in the head 3 times. There is one small optimization I want to go for, and that's to avoid these kind of left and right walking movements. The position for that is very precise and feels somewhat random, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You see in that phase we got quite unlucky because he did, I think, 3 extra movements there. You can get 0, and it's much better if you get 0, but unfortunately that doesn't always happen. But yeah, we need another attack in this phase, and then we'll have one more phase here. While we're waiting for this, we can also explain kind of some of the nuances in this game in particular, because this game is actually quite restrictive on when you can actually use your free play characters. For example, the 2 characters I'm with right now, these are the characters that you are in story. And these story characters are, yeah, you can't switch off of either of them in this particular section. For some reason, I don't know. But what the game has done instead is it's given us a 3rd character, which is this Gimli character, which we can then cycle around and treat like our normal free play character. So sometimes the game will just place restrictions on us in some sections where either we can't have a free play character at all and have to rely on items to be able to do different things, or we do have one free play character, but then we have some story characters alongside with it. It's a kind of weird nuance in this game. In this section, we've got to stand on each of these platforms and just lure the Nazgul to go onto each of these platforms, hit these boxes, and then we just hit him once, and then we get picked up by the Nazgul, and then we will go through to the next section. Bit of precise positioning there to make sure that we can progress to each phase as quickly as possible, but then we go forwards. In this section, we have got to take down some elephants here. There are how many? There are five elephants that we need to take down. 2 in this phase, 2 in the next phase. Oh, sorry, 3 in the next phase. And yeah, we have either legless elephants, which we use our bow and arrow to be able to basically climb up the elephant, and then we have the Aragorn elephants, where we just effectively break their ankles, I guess, to go up here. But yeah, we can also take out these NPCs on the floor. There isn't too much to do. We got a bit of a wait here. But yeah, I see a question in the chat about this category. At the moment on the boards, only story is a restricted category. However, this run, you know, it has the kind of potential under a similar kind of rule set to be restricted. It just hasn't been made onto a board category yet. Also, as we are running a bit behind schedule today, I might end up taking a couple of shortcuts and do a couple of launches here and there, but I'm going to try and avoid it where possible. Yeah, for these final 2 elephants, we can overlap these 2. Absolutely, go for it. Absolutely, and as always, all this money goes towards a fantastic cause, Extra Life, but we also want to see some goofy LEGO actions going on. Yeah, buying Peter Jackson is a very cool little extra you can get for LEGO The Hobbit. But yeah, so this level, we're going in chronological order now, so we're going to start off with Prologue. And this is basically kind of your main tutorial for how to actually play the game, because it's the first thing you'll load into on starting a new game. So we have these kind of waves of combat sections to deal with. That first wave is very easy. We use the jump attack on Elendil because it deals, I think, 3 HP at one time. Each of these orcs with the target on them have 3 HP, but of course by jump attacking them and dealing all 3 HP at a time, then we can kill them a lot quicker. And we'll see that again. So we get through this section with the shields. You have to take off the shields before you can attack them in any other way. That's kind of a mechanic that we see across a decent amount of the run, but it's especially prevalent in this section because we get it again here as well. So first thing we're going to do is we are going to take out these orcs, and we're going to try and remove the shields, and then my idea there was to try and get 2 of them in a close enough kind of proximity so that I can take out 2 of the orcs at the same time. Didn't quite manage it, but that's okay. It was still quick enough. And then here we go into the Sauron fight. This is a pretty straightforward fight, but the one thing you want to make sure of during this entire combat section is making sure that your characters, you make Sauron move as little as possible. So through each of these phases, our goal was to minimize how much Sauron moves. You can get 0 step with that, where Sauron doesn't move at all. We got 1 step just as we loaded in, just as we moved into the arena, but that's not too bad. What I'm also doing is I'm holding down the B button to gain, essentially you gain invincibility by doing this, because the orcs or Sauron, none of the attacks will actually be able to hit you through that. I mean, we already have invincibility through the invincibility extra, but the way that works in this game is the invincibility extra doesn't deplete the heart count, but you still get the knockback effect that, you know, you would do if you got hit normally. So it's not as powerful as it is in some other games. I believe we also have the fast dig, fast build, and action assist extras as well, which will be helping us out with certain points during the run. But yeah, we got the final phase of this Sauron fight, and then we get into some really fun parkour. One of the big selling points for this category is just how good the kind of on-ground movement is in the platforming sections, and we get to see that shown off in a really kind of spectacular way in this section. So this section is going to be beaten entirely by 1 player, so I'm just going to send Gimli over here, and I'm going to be doing two pieces of attack in particular. The first one, which I just did with Gimli, if you saw that, was by attacking with a dwarf character or Aragorn, and then immediately switching off the character. You get a vertical boost, and that kind of gets preserved while you're moving. So we're able to use that here to be able to save a decent chunk of time. And it allows us kind of to get through all of these fire sections. And then we can get up to the top completely solo. I'm going to position myself here, try and take out these orcs as quickly as possible. Then we have 1 more wave of orcs to take out, and then we'll be able to go into Mount Doom itself. And then we, go through here, and then very simple bit of movement to end the level. Literally just walk straight to here, and that is that is prologue complete. But now we've got to turn our attention further forwards and turn our attention to Black Rider, because there's going to be a very interesting trick to start this level. And this is what's known as a DIA, or drop-in abuse. And what I did there was I dropped out player 2. And the reason for that is this level has a forced rolling mechanic throughout the entirety of it, where you're meant to be in this kind of stealth state where you're crouching. But what you can do is if you drop in as the level starts by holding a D-pad direction, you see Frodo has this forced crouch, but Sam doesn't. And we're going to use that in combination with another trick where we spam jump against this tree to gain height, and just like that we're out of bounds. And we can skip the entirety of this first section. Just like that. But yeah, so Frodo is stuck kind of rolling around like this, whereas Sam has completely free movement. So that makes this section very trivial, especially when we can combine that to get out of bounds. What I'm going to do here, however, is I'm going to drop out and then switch player 1 on this side, and that's because we want to recreate this trick again, but we have to do it this way round, with player 2 being the one dropping in, because otherwise we get the drop-in abuse, the DIA state on Gandalf, which is absolutely not useful, because we're going to skip the entirety of the Gandalf section. The way this game works in a lot of places is there are splits between the standard kind of movement, or there are splits where both players, will be controlling a certain section each. So we're able to see that here. that Gandalf is controlling the left section and we have the hobbits in the right section. But there is always a trigger in one of these sections to completely skip to the next cutscene, because it's only the game basically makes it so in the split screen, one of the split screen sections will trigger something which allows the other split screen section to end. But if we can skip that thing which is triggered and end the section ourselves by hitting either an out of bounds door or just getting a bit further along the level than we're supposed to, we're able to save a lot of time by doing that. So yeah, we save a load of time in this level by doing that. The Saruman fight, I think, is 2 minutes or something. There's been a multitude of iterations for that skip, but doing it that way in free play is certainly the fastest way of doing it. And now we are going to move on to Weathertop. Weathertop is an interesting level. We're going to start off with a lot of 1P2C. This first room is going to be entirely 1P2C, but Weathertop's home to one of the only sections where it is slower in free play than in replay story to play it. But for this first section, we have got to do a load of stuff to be able to light a fire and cook second breakfast. So we're doing that here with both characters. So we kind of try and multitask the 1P2C. So I'm going to multitask it here. So Sam will be able to collect an ingredient for the frying pan, but at the same time light this fire, and we're going to have the camera pan going while that fire is being lit. Which is a decent sized overlap actually, because the fire does take a while. And then we need to get this last ingredient, the tomato, throw it over to Sam, and then Sam will end the section. This next room is climbed entirely by one player. So we're going to see that here. Unfortunately, because I'm playing VSync off at the moment, the FPS is a little bit higher and that kind of forces the pieces to jump. But I did manage to get this jump onto the bridge, which skips a tiny amount of time. We're going to see, again, some more skips in this section using the kind of platforming with triple jumps with Gimli. So we can do one around this rock here. Okay, I just missed that. That's okay, as long as I can... As long as I can fall down there. Yep, there we go. Okay, this invisible wall is quite annoying to go around. Okay, instead I'm going to do a slightly different tech to get around this, which is known as hovering. So basically what I'm doing is I'm mashing a combination of attack and switching on both buttons at the same time. Because you want to... Oh, sorry, jump and switching both buttons at the same time. Because you want to be able to basically start a jump animation where you get a tiny, tiny amount of height. And then by switching, you interrupt that and kind of can refresh your jump ability. It's a very weird tech. The reason why I'm playing it in VSync off is because of that tech. Because that tech is possible on 60 FPS, but it's way more inconsistent. Playing it on VSync off makes it so much easier. Oh, my camera is having a moment. There we go. This section is pretty much identical to the story section. If you were playing this in story, you'd play this the same way. Sam is technically our free play character here. Frodo you can't change character with, but Sam is our free play character who can do some other stuff. Like, can switch characters, but because we only need Sam to light the fires here, there's no point changing the character. But for this section, this is the section that's slower in free play than in story, and that is because Frodo remains our player 1, but can't be switched off of. So Sam is still our free play character. So it means we've got to do a bit more, like, balancing of both characters than we kind of normally do. to make sure we get through this. In a bit of difficult 1p2c. Yeah, they both have one torch left now. Frodo just needs to light this one, and then we'll be done with the level. Like so. And now we get into a really fun section. This is Caradhras, and if you've seen Caradhras in Restricted Any Percent Story, it's a lot of kind of pickup launches with both characters, which is a little bit strange, and they tend to be quite precise. In this version of Caradhras, we get to have fun. So instead, we are going to do a jump around here with Gimli, which gets us past that first rock wall into this next section. We can jump across this with Legolas, which is technically not intended either. Then we have a very precise triple jump which we can do. We need all the height we can get, so we use an elf, which jumps higher, and then equip it with an axe. Equip the elf with an axe, and that means we can take advantage of the triple jump tech and get more height off of it. And we can use that to get up to this upper section. Then from here we chain another hover over here. And that allows us to get over to this side. And then we have a few more hovers for the section, so we get one more around this rock barrier. And I can do one over that for style. Another one to get around a weird invisible here, so we can get up to the upper platform. And then one final one, and this is going to put us in the snow. And once we're in the snow, Legolas has the best movement here, but I actually need to switch Legolas's weapon now, so we can get a normal attack. And that's because the outer bounds door for this is just off to the side. And then we can hit it. This room is, again, pretty 1p2c heavy. We've got to build a fire and basically break down the doors of Durin. This is another section that's also weirder, or very, very different in feel in free play versus story. Because in story, you have 9 characters or something here. But in free play, you have 2, so the kind of movement you need to take is a little bit different. And we can drop down here, open the door, and we go into... Let's switch to Legolas here, there we go. We go into another boss fight. And this boss fight is the Watcher. We're going to start off with some RNG here. Basically, we need 4 of the Watcher's, I guess, hands or tentacles to come down and attack us. So that was the first one. Each of them is RNG, though, whether they do the right attack animation. Sometimes they'll do a swipe, and sometimes they'll throw a rock. The chances of getting perfect RNG, though, are actually quite high, because there's something that goes on behind the scenes with the game that means you're more likely to get this attack. It's like a 90% chance to get this attack. But sometimes you can get those extra animations, and each extra animation will lose about 10-15 seconds or so. So we get one here on the final one, which is annoying. I thought we were going to get away RNG perfect, but no. Marathon luck has to strike at some point, right? But yeah, we also picked up Gimli in that camera pan. Bit of fun thing with that camera pan. You can actually move in that camera pan if you're in a picked up state, but you can only move in one direction, which makes it very not useful. You can kind of inch a little bit closer to where you need to throw to hit the Watcher, but that's about it. And then we shoot one of the Watcher's eyes, and we repeat the phase again. So we have, this is a scripted waiting section. There's nothing really we can do to speed it up, other than make sure we're in the right position to be able to throw Gimli as soon as possible. And then we're in a good position with Legolas to fire off the final shot. Like so. And we now have entered into the Mines of Moria, and the Mines of Moria is a pretty infamous section in restricted free play. It is a run killer of a trick to start with, which I'm going to try for a little bit doing it the restricted way, and then if that doesn't work, I'm going to try doing it the unrestricted way. But what we got to do here, this is a launch which I actually have to switch my FPS to 60 or it just doesn't like to work. But this is known as a pickup launch. Basically what I'm going to do is pick up a small character, which is an intended mechanic. Pick up a small character with a big character. And then by putting them down at a certain time, I'm able to then get a launch off of that, off some slightly weird collision. And we're using that to kind of try and catch onto a very small ledge on the wall. And then I need to inch along that wall to try and make it out of bounds. Which is not very easy to do, and the visibility is not great either. That was close to making it, but not quite. Didn't quite get enough height on that one. Or that one. This one, the launch itself is also very timing specific. You have to time kind of in terms of Legolas's step cycle for when you put down the small character. And unfortunately, we're not getting much dice with it at the moment. I'll try it for a bit longer, and then if this fails, we'll go for the intended way. I say intended way, I mean the unrestricted way. Nothing we're going to do here is intended. There we go. And I back this up from here is the big question. I think I'm not too far off. That's not going to work from there. That's a shame. Okay, give this a couple more attempts, and then we'll go do the normal way. Not normal way, unrestricted way. I was really close to making it as well. I think I was like a couple of pixels too far to the side, otherwise I would have made it. Okay. We will give up on that and do a cool launch instead over on this side, which will achieve the same purpose of getting out of bounds. And then once we are out of bounds in the right spot, we are going to be hitting an unintended dev door. So it's a door left in by the developers. Okay, this launch does not want to work right now. A door left in by the developers that kind of progresses through the story without us actually having to play the story. So we're going to be doing that here once this launch works. That was nowhere near enough height. You need quite a high launch here to be able to do this, so hopefully I can get this soon. Hopefully. Okay, there we go. But yeah, you'll see with Pippin, because that's who we're playing at the moment, we can make our way all the way over to here. And hopefully we get a respawn. Nope. Okay. We got full rescued back to exactly where we were. That's unfortunate. This looks like more height, so I think we should be good. Just about, maybe? Yes. Okay, we're in a good position here. I'm now going to switch to Legolas. And I'm going to be doing a setup to try and hit this out of bounds door, which is quite precise and annoying to hit. But hopefully this will go okay. Okay, not quite that time. I don't think that was too far off though. But basically what we've got to do is take advantage of some of the weird physics in this game. In the sense that when you fall down at a certain position... Oh, sorry, when you double jump... Let me just try and get this. Oh, I thought that one was good. But yes, when you double jump, and you double jump below the height of where you started, you can still do the attack, and the attack will bring you back up with a like massive boost of height. I'm gonna give this a couple more tries, and then if this doesn't work, we're just gonna play this as intended. It's really annoying. I was really hoping this would work, but game is not playing ball right now. Okay. Try setting up a bit wider. Okay. Okay, nah, it's not gonna happen. Okay, we will play this as intended then, which is an unfortunate time loss, but it is what it is. So what we've got to do to play this as intended, I'm gonna have to do this section 1 player, and then we can move into 2 player for the next section, but that's okay. But yes, what we've got to do here is we've got to rescue Pippin from the well, so I guess we have to actually do that or something. Boring, I know, but it is what it is. But yes, oh, I have the crank in my inventory, I forgot about that. And then from there, we will go into barricading these doors to try and stop the orcs attacking us. So we've got a decent bit of gameplay we're going to have to do, and part of that is this section, which is a complete auto-scroller. Basically, I call this a stationary auto-scroller. You just kind of chill here for about, well, a good few minutes. Well, I think it's a minute exactly, actually. So you're just kind of waiting here until this section resolves itself. This section looks very empty in free play in particular. In story, the game kind of makes it so there is one orc per character. In free play, obviously, they do that as the same, but instead there being 9 characters, there's only 2. So this section just looks completely barren. But yeah, there isn't much to do here. The one thing I like to do here is just chaining backflips with Legolas, which is very fun. It doesn't exactly do anything, but I'm literally just holding the A button down and then just moving my direction forwards and backwards, and that's enough to chain it. Go for it. Absolutely, yeah, get those donations in while you can, especially for the Peter Jackson run. or Peter Jackson purchase. It's a very, very cool touch from the devs to include a Peter Jackson character in LEGO The Hobbit, and you know what? Why don't we honor that as we go? Yeah, only $30-something dollars away, so getting there. We can definitely make that this run. While that's going on, we've got this boss fight. This boss fight is quite slow, but we are nearly through it. Just need to jump on each section and then go through. And then we have this kind of auto-scroller section, which all we've got to do is defeat these wave of orcs that kind of jump into this bubble. There's kind of some small bits of tech to it that we can do here. For example, in story, what we tend to do is have one character be Pippin and one character be Sam. The reason for that is Sam's frying pan does double damage compared to compared to most other weapons in the game. Any of the other ones you have access to here only do 1 damage. Sam's does 2. And on top of that, Pippin is also the fastest attacking character as well. So we kind of chain both of them together to save some time. In this case, we only have... Oh, in this case, because we can freely select characters, then we can... yeah, we can freely select characters. We choose Double Sam. I think it's a pretty arbitrary decision between the two, but I always tend to go for Double Sam. It just looks cooler as well, just seeing, you know, the might of all the orcs being taken out by a chef with a frying pan. And now we've got to go and head to the next door while escaping the Balrog. This is not too lengthy of a section, but we don't have a way to skip this, which is kind of strange, but the way this game has kind of designed itself here is the door is through, the door that takes you to the next section is blocked, like inside the door itself. So we unfortunately are not able to clip through it or anything. We don't have that kind of tech available to us in this game. So instead, so yeah, we'll go through this section, and then we will jump down here just to save a little bit of time of actually walking down the stairs. And then we will go down to this next section, and there's a very small skip we can do here where we can jump around and hit that trigger there. And then we go into a long section with Gandalf, and I'm just going to sort out a tech thing real quick. Right, hopefully that's better now. Normally in a restricted category you would have to play this boss fight all the way through. However, because we lost some time to not getting Moria a skip, instead we're going to go for this skip, which is a roll launch. So what's happening here is we're double jumping onto a slope, and then as we're on the slope, changing VSync to on. Wrong spot. I think I'll drop out to make it easier. But sorry, changing VSync off, so we're increasing the FPS artificially as we hit this slope, and that allows us to climb. Oh, the game effectively miscalculates. We can go all the way up. And that is the level. Moving on now to Ammon Hen, which
Yes.
is... Yep. So yeah, Ammon Hen is the last level in Fellowship of the Ring. So we are going to be trying to skip this. This is the only split screen section we actually don't have a skip for at all. So instead we've kind of got to do some 1p2c, one player, two controllers, two characters, to be able to skip this section. We do skips on both sides of things though. So with Frodo there, I got to jump against a pillar and was able to use that to go around and skip the section. So we've kind of left Boromir behind and we can just go straight to the end of the section. Frodo is still the bottleneck though, but at the same time I'm going to be doing some small skips like that roll boost with Gimli to be able to skip a little bit further ahead.
Do you have a quick second now that the tech issues are good?
Yeah, go for it.
Perfect, yeah, so just two quick updates. Reminder first, buy Peter Jackson for Lego the Hobbit only has $33 left on the incentive. That is the next run. So if anybody wants to close that out, play as Peter Jackson in the Hobbit, a very nice, I guess Easter egg, a very nice touch from the devs. And in addition to that, Lego Batman the video game DS, Save the Goons is beating Kill the Goons by $1. So any Goon fans, anybody who wants to make sure the Goons survive, be sure to increase that margin. Anybody who wants to see the Goons kill, be sure to donate. Any amount counts, only $1 difference right now. So, back to you.
Cool. Yeah, let's get those donations rolling. Now we've got the tech issues fixed. But yeah, all we were doing there was a simple section to get through to this, and now we've got to fight some orcs here. And we can do that. We can do a lot of work here with Legolas, because Legolas can kind of snipe these orcs from on top of the platforms. But also is just, as an archer character, can just do a long distance as well. It becomes very, very useful. We've got to break the shields on these few orcs that we have remaining. And then we jump down for this final phase of this section before we go into the boss fight. So, kind of 1p2 seeing this by just essentially mashing attack with Gimli on the floor, and then with Legolas jumping up top and being able to take out the rest of the Uruk-hai. And like that we go through into this next boss fight. And this is a good boss fight when it doesn't softlock. I will say, this is one of my favourite ones when it plays nice, but sometimes it will softlock. If it softlocks here though, I'm not going to replay the level, and we'll just continue on and pretend we completed the level. Because it is a 5-minute or so time loss, and there's nothing really much to showcase beyond it. But we have these phases where Boromir's getting shot by multiple objects at multiple times, and instead what we do is we are just, well, skipping the cutscenes, but then just trying to make sure we get to hit Lertz as much as possible, because Lertz is the Uruk-hai on the platform. We have this kind of second phase where Lertz has 5 hearts. The one thing to focus on here is to just try and minimize the amount of time the enemies are in the arena. We want to clear these enemies as quickly as possible, because then it just makes the section quicker, because Lertz is dependent on those enemies. What I'm also doing with Gimli is positioning myself on the platform up here, and that reduces the amount of airtime that the knives that Lertz is throwing has to go through, and that just speeds things up a little bit. We've got one more phase of this, where we've got to clear out these enemies, and then Lertz will jump down and start attacking us. Again, I can minimize the airtime of the knives this time by just camping in this corner here. Can do the same for the shield as well. And then we have this scripted fight. And then what we're looking for here is as one character is picked up by alerts, the other one immediately attacks. And like that we can end the level. So that is the Fellowship of the Ring done, plus Palinor Fields, because we did that level at the start. But now we go on to a really, really interesting level. This is Taming Golem, and we will not be playing this at all as intended for either section. The first section, we're going to be hitting an out-of-bounds dev door again, so an unintended door that we're not supposed to hit, which is just to the side of this main door. Now, if you're playing this unrestricted, this door hit is really easy because you can pause fly, which kind of stalls your vertical speed, which means you can really line up for this this trigger well. Unfortunately, playing restricted, we don't have that luxury, so I've got to try and aim it so that we land on a very small platform, which is just on the right spot. And this is annoyingly difficult to aim for. But we jump dive against here, get an insane amount of height for no reason. It's just a weird bit of collision that's there. And we're looking to come out into this kind of roll structure. That was very close, but I needed to be a little bit further forwards, I think. So we'll try it again here. Again, needed to be a tiny bit further forwards. Okay. There we go, got the roll out, and then hopefully... Okay, that was a little bit too far forwards this time. There's a very small edge we have to land on. Okay, there we go. And there we go, we hit the door. And now this section, I could attempt to explain what's going on here, but it's probably best just to see it. The first thing we're going to do is interrupt the phase of Golem's like regular scripted animation by hitting Sam, and then we just have the ability with this weird rope that's generated to be able to climb pretty infinitely with Golem, and we can use that to go forwards, and if I line it up right, we're able to just hit an out of bounds door, which then progresses the section. I thought that was it. It's very strange that this glitch will work. The game completely freaks out with this rope physics. Okay, where's this door gone? It appears to have disappeared. And then we fall down all the way. That's fine, because we have 4 rescue... Oh! That's something I've not seen before. That rope's disappeared. Okay, that's fine. We go again. So we're going to have to play the second phase of this fight now, which is a bit unfortunate. But I'm still going to try and go for the trigger again, because it's funny. But I'm going to need to generate another rope here with Sam. Forgot I needed to hit twice. There we go. And yeah, basically the rope has a hitbox, and we can use that to climb. It's very strange why it works, but it just kind of does. I think it was a tiny bit too high for that one. I think it's quicker to just let that fall as long as the full rescue assists. Yeah, it does. Eventually this will work. Just need to find the exact right spot. I think too high still. See if this one will work. Okay, I'll give this a couple more shots, and then if this doesn't work, just play the level how you're supposed to. This might work. Ah, come on, game. But yeah, working with this hitbox is very strange. Okay, let's just do the final phase, if the game will let me. Okay, I can't actually do it with that version of Golem. We're just gonna have to let that version of Golem float. That's fine. So let's throw the fish here. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do this for Sam. Oh, okay, that's fun. We weren't quick enough getting there because I was trying to battle player 2 and then player 2 went, nah, I'm just gonna have the world's largest hitbox. So this run isn't going great at the moment, but it's fine. It looks like Sam's going on a magical adventure. Hopefully I can still access the circle. Yes. Okay. You know what? Some physics is happening, but it works. We get through the level. That's a side effect of, I guess, freaking the game out that much. But it's fine. We now go on to Dead Marshes. This is a super, super fun level in this category. This is probably my favorite level in this category. Just because of how purely broken it is. And we're going to see that here. So first thing we're going to do is come around here. And we were able to do a triple jump to be able to escape that. And then we can make our way round this rock. Kind of half in, half out the swamp. And make it over to this platform. So we've completely sequence broken the section already. This section is usually quite slow with how it should be, but we've completely sequence broken that. As you can see, the fire spawns behind us because that's when Golem should walk through it, but we've just walked through it ourselves. And then that ends this section. But this second section is more broken because we can spam the hovers here. So these hovers are mashing A and the switch character buttons at the same time, so mashing your jump and switch characters at the same time, to effectively reset your double jump mechanic. And we can just spam that over and over again. We have this crawl section here, but instead I'm going to be not allowing the game to ever put us in the crawl state by interrupting it with a slam and an attack. And by doing that, we can get all the way over to this section completely free. And then from here, once we're in the marsh again, we can get a jump. And then with that jump, we're able to use the hovers again. And then we can take that all the way over to this side, where I'm going to do... just missed that one. Just popped up a little bit short. Okay, let's actually get the interrupts here. There we go. And then we can use that to go around this side, and that is the section. And then we have one final section here, This section is a little bit strange because you're meant to go into a scripted animation to fight the riders at the top of these elephants. But if you're a character that's not ever coming into contact with an elephant during story, then you can do these, you can just regular attack, and that is enough to be able to climb, or that is enough to be able to just insta-kill the guy up top. So we do that to be able to finish off this section way quicker than we supposedly should. And with that, the level is done in less than 3 minutes, even with the mistake there. A very fun level, that one. And then we now go into a sequence of quite short levels, actually. We start off with Track Hobbits, and what we're going to see in this very first room is a pickup launch, like we did, or tried to do in Moria. This one is a lot easier, though. But basically what we've got to do is have a big character and a small character have some kind of collision in the way, and then try and pick up the small character with the big character, and we just go flying. You gain so much height from this. And then we can use that to just walk along the out of bounds line, and that is the section complete. This section, there's so many camera pans and such that we just skip there. It's very nice to be able to skip that. And then we hop down here. And we have a couple of camera pans in this section, but we can basically just beeline to the end of this section by doing triple jumps. And I believe we already fully built the criteria to end the section, which is to climb the tree. We then just climb the tree, and then here. This next section, again, the glitches don't stop in this level. We are going to be doing an out of bounds glitch by literally just picking up Sam with the tree and then placing him out of bounds. One of the simplest out of bounds glitches you can possibly do. The one thing to make sure with it is that the Ent's right foot is out of bounds, or is like forwards when you put it down, and then you put the character down and they go directly out of bounds. And we could follow the entire out of bounds line of this section. This section is meant to be basically a whole escort mission for the Ent to get Treebeard all the way like, to the end where you meet Gandalf and such, but we're not going to bother with that. We're just going to go and see Gandalf ourselves. Navigating this out of bounds is a little bit awkward just because of how many trees there are in the game's background. Kind of picking gaps in the branches which I recognize to be able to get through. Then we have to go far enough down here to be able to spawn Gandalf's light, like so, and then we can just beeline to the end. So that's a very quick level. And with that, we are halfway through the Two Towers, which is the middle film. So we're on pretty decent pace right now, and we go into another quick level, which is Walk Attack. This level is very quick, but what you're going to see here is a boss fight. And this boss fight is pretty simple in principle. All you've got to do is hit Wormtongue, and then use magic or whatever it is on Theoden to be able to heal him. And we'll see that again in this phase. And what we got to do this time is Wormtongue will react to us trying to heal Theoden. So we have to wait for Wormtongue to get into the cage before we then use the magic. So I can use it now. And then Wormtongue will hit us, start the next phase, and we go again.
If I go, Theoden dies.
And then final bit of magic, and that is the section complete. And we now are on horseback for this section. So the game has some very goofy AI pathing and physics for this section, which can be quite annoying. As you saw there, the fact that we didn't get a second hit off there was certainly something. But what you got to do is take out the waves of wargs that are coming for you. And it is much better to have two characters on, or two characters with swords rather than trying to deal with a character with a bow, like Legolas, for example, because Legolas is very annoying for this section. I'm also making sure I don't switch characters here, because there is a chance of soft locking if you do that, where in this phase, when you get kicked off your horses, and then you have to join onto the wargs, you then can't attack with the wargs, which is very annoying if that happens. Hopefully I don't get that with either character. If I get it with one character, it's manageable, but yeah, we didn't get it with either, which is nice. I believe the final warg is around here, yeah. There we go. And yeah, another quick level done and out the way. And we now go forth to Helm's Deep. Helm's Deep will get to see a lot of uses of the triple jump mechanics in this, which is where you attack with a character which does a kind of slam attack, where they effectively, when you press the attack button, they jump up a bit and then they'll like ground pound the floor with an axe or something. So the most common one for that is Gimli, but also Aragorn gets it, and you can also use items like axes to be able to use it. We're going to use that here with Gimli to be able to climb up to the wall way earlier than we should, ignoring everything we're supposed to do on the right side. And from there, enter this section. And then in this ladder section, we have some 1p2c to do. This 1p2c is obviously very different to the 1p2c we do in story. If you notice, a lot of the abilities are gate kept by certain items. So for example, on the left side of things, we just had an axe plate with Gimli. Only a dwarf can hit that. And then we finish it off with a high-up belt that only Legolas or a character with a bow can shoot. So in story, it's a lot of kind of running back and forth with both characters to make sure you can, you know, hit everything when you need to hit it and all that stuff. In free play, you could just switch the characters and it makes it so much simpler. Also, having invincibility on means you don't need to worry about those things. Guards, which is very nice, and we can finish the section like so. And then from here, we're going to do the triple jumping stuff again with Gimli, or we can do it with Aragorn, one of the two. And again, we're going to do a small sequence break here by jumping around this wall, like so. And that brings us up to here. And then we've got a very cool trick coming in this next room. So this next room is split into kind of multiple sections where you're meant to like help Legolas at the bottom, or help Legolas from the bottom, and then Legolas helps you from the top. But the check for whether you've completed this section is to make sure there are two characters up on the upper level. That is the check in story, and that is the check in free play. So by doing that strat where we hover into the wall and occasionally like clip in and get a small jump, we're able to instantly scale that section and just skip the entirety of everything we're meant to do there, which is like 2-3 minutes of gameplay. And then we have this auto scroller to finish off this section. Unfortunately, no way of skipping this, but yeah, it is what it is. Good time to remind you guys, we still need those donations in for the Peter Jackson Lego The Hobbit incentive. And there we go, that's the section complete. So we do get some weird cutscenes after this, which normally play after you've completed the level normally, but that's fine. We now go into Osgiliath, which is the last level in the last level in the Two Towers. And again, it is no less broken than any of the others. In this case, we are going to go around this way and do some triple jumping to be able to get over here with Gimli, like so. And then we can triple jump through this entire front side. This is meant to be like a collaboration between kind of the front side and the back side working together to like remove different Nazgul and like clear the path for each other and whatever, but we don't subscribe to that. Instead, we're going to hover from here and hopefully we make it over the gap for the Nazgul, which we do, very nice. And we're right at the end of the section. Like so. And then we have this section here with the ants. These ants are pretty cool, but we're going to break them a decent bit. So what I'm going to do is on this slope, attack, alt-tab out the game, and then press pause. This is another way of kind of artificially getting a launch. And then I walk to the left for 9 steps to make sure that we get up to the top. And then we land out of bounds right here, which is kind of on the wall, but this wall has collision all the way across this kind of massive chasm. So we're able to use this to walk across and basically skip going around the entire other path of the section. So instead of doing anything that's really intended, we get ourselves over to here, and then we're right by the dam, which is what ends the section. We've got to throw these rocks to be able to build our path, and then we can... hopefully, there we go. We can hopefully get rid of the 2 supporting beams, and that ends the section. There's one. And eventually, there we go, there's the other. Nice. Okay, so from here, we have 5 levels remaining. The next level we're going for is another one of my personal favorites. This is Secret Stairs. This has a very cool out of bounds, which we'll get to showcase here. So what we'll do is, this first room also has an out of bounds. We'll go up here, and then with Golem, we're going to jump across this way. And we are completely out of bounds here. We basically circumnavigate an entire invisible wall to get over to the next side. And then we are able to use some triple jumps here to triple jump up along here. Just missed that one. Triple jump along here and up, like so. And then, oh, that was some interesting physics. And then with Golem, again, we're going to go out of bounds just by moving along a railing, which is incredibly counterintuitive, but that's how it works. And then we can fall down out of bounds, and this is a massive out of bounds where we essentially get underneath the kill plane for the fall. Just missing that second bit of the jump. But we get out of bounds, not quite. Not quite. Quite finicky to be able to get the out of bounds itself. I think I might just be holding the wrong angle. There we go. And then we fall down here, and we are completely out of bounds underneath the floor. And we can just walk with Golem to the end of this level, which is pretty insane. But we're going to see that here. We just go all the way through. And we should come across an invisible, which pushes us back in bounds about here. Okay, I went a little bit too far. Or not far enough, maybe. I'm not sure. Seems to be in a weird spot. There we go. Okay, and that ends the section. And now we've got to go through Shalob's lair. So if you don't like spiders, I'd turn the stream off for the next couple of minutes. Because we get a lot of spiders here. But thankfully, we have the light from Gandalf's staff, which is able to scare away all of the small spiders. We can just completely... they get forced out of the way, we don't get slowed down or anything, which is really nice. Normally you can use that with one of Frodo's items, the Light of Arundel, but it's a lot slower to use that, so instead we use Gandalf's staff instead. And we'll see that here. There's like 3 different layers of spiders here. Normally with Frodo, if you go through, he has to like pull out his like light vial each time, but instead we can just do that and then triple jump up to here. And then just to finish off this section, we have to build this kind of receptacle for different blocks of stone, just to weigh it down, and that breaks the spider web, and I get launched all the way over to the side. I have not seen that before. But there we go. We have a small auto-scroller now here, not too lengthy. And then we will keep on going. Yeah, so we'll go straight into continuing the spider theme with Cirith Ungol. That level felt like it ended later than it should have done, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll continue the spider theme with going on to Cirith Ungol. And we start off with a boss fight against Shelob. So we'll see that here. You can skip this in unrestricted free play and such, but in restricted free play there is no way to do it without pause flying at the moment. So we have got to play this level, which is not too bad. This isn't too long of a boss fight, but all you've got to do is use the sword and light to be able to distract Shelob. Okay, Shelob's doing a great job at gatekeeping it right now. That is a really unfortunate position. Okay, there we go, finally. The weird thing about this is, though, you have to use the light that's on the floor. You can't use Frodo's light that he just has in his inventory at this point. You have to use the one that's on the floor, and the sword that's on the floor as well, or the attacks just don't register. Which I guess makes sense, but it's a bit of a weird situation for casual players anyway, who will try and, you know, equip Frodo's, or just use Frodo's normal weapon when replaying this section in free play, and then realise you've got to actually grab the one that's there. We've got one more phase of this here, where Frodo is just going to attack Shelob. This one, the animation takes a little bit longer, but then we're good. And then we go forwards onto this section. So this is kind of descending the tower into Cirith Ungol. So we'll see that here. We've got to play these first couple layers as intended until we get to here, basically. And then what we're going to do here is once that's in place, we can jump and grab the ropes during the camera pan, and then jump down with Sam. And try to do a blind triple jump there to try and climb over, but we skip a trigger by doing that jump up there, and then we're going to try and get through this door here. And we hit the door, and good, the game didn't crash. I had it crash just there earlier today, so I'm very glad that didn't happen. So what you're meant to do in this section is go through the door by equipping the right armor and such. Similar to the start of this level, the game does check whether you have the armor or not. You can't just be like an enemy character and wave at the gates or anything. Obviously we don't have that, but that's not a problem because we're just going to skip things instead. So we're going to triple jump up to here. And then we're going to do a hover just to get over a small piece of collision just here. And then I'm going to do a V-sync launch. Oh, that was not what I wanted to press. There we go. And we can use this to launch up. And from here we just fall down behind the gate and we finish the level like so. Nice and simple. Okay, so we have 3 levels left now, which means we have a decent shot at being underestimate, especially as these are some of the shorter levels, but that also means even less time to get that incentive met for buying Peter Jackson for Lego The Hobbit, so make sure to get those donations in. In the meantime, we will be on our way through this level. This is one of the few levels that it's not possible to skip really in unrestricted, because, well, this entire room is set in a cave and they actually did put a proper ceiling in here. So I think so far no out of bounds spots have been found for this level, which is kind of cool to try something, or to have something a little bit different, but it also means there's overlaps between the 2 categories, which is fine. We'll see that here we make use of the triple jump tech to be able to get up there, and then from here I'm going to keep this section entirely one player. We are going to do a hover over here. Normally you're supposed to build this bridge, but that's too long and boring and complicated, and we don't need to have a way back or anything. I'm sure nothing will go wrong when we talk to the King of the Dead. Then we can just make our way up here and continue through this axe plate and then up the next bit. So to open this gate, we've got to come over to the ledge on the left. We just reach that with a simple triple jump, and then we can open the gate and go through. Like so. And now we're in the boss fight. Now, I did mention earlier with this boss fight that with some of the levels in this game, there is a tendency to kind of limit the access you have to free play characters. This level is absolutely no exception. So I cannot switch my character with player 2 right now. My player 2 is stuck on Aragorn, which is fine because you need Aragorn to finish the section. But it means even if I wanted to speed up like the axe plates at the start of this boss fight or something, I'm not able to. I just have to play it kind of one player, more so. I also need to keep track of which Aragorn is the correct Aragorn as well. And it is my player 2 one. Obviously, visually, there is no difference between them, I think. Actually, they might be slightly different outfits. Yeah, they are. the player 1 Aragorns and the more royal kind of outfit, but realistically there's no quick way of identifying them. So instead you've got to rely on kind of which character is moving which at any one time. But yeah, we build these 4 towers. Hopefully this boss won't softlock. Fingers crossed. This boss sometimes has a tendency to softlock if you hit him too quickly from one of these platforms, but he's flashing red now, which means he's on 1 HP. So I think we're okay. Nice. Cool. Another level down.
With that level down, do you have a quick second for a donation read?
Go for it.
Perfect. We have $15 from the Lego Centel newsroom, saying we're sending an associate to document the reported Peter Jackson appearance in Middle-earth. So we're getting some official reporting here. Very excited for that. So thank you, whoever's behind Lego Centel. That puts us at $84 for Lego the Hobbit by Peter Jackson. So only $16 left. If anybody wants to come in and seal the deal on that, $16, you can get Peter Jackson in the Hobbit, get the Lego Centel reporters, to get something. And with that, that is going to be it for me on hosting for today. But coming in next is going to be Chimkin. So hopefully we'll give him some donations to read.
Yes, thank you, Bob.
Okay, fantastic. So while I'm getting extremely bodied by these orcs here, what I'm gonna do is I'm setting up for hitting an out of bounds trigger for this section. This level is basically just one massive boss fight, or combination of boss fights. But there's an out of bounds door we can hit which ends the section immediately, and it's accessible from the very start. The issue with it is that you have to deal with these orcs that like to just attack you, and if they attack you, then you get knocked back, which is really annoying. That was a very annoying knockback. So I turned off invincibility to try and get iframes to be able to hit the trigger, and then we hit it there, which is very nice. Okay, we only have 1 level left now, so about 3.5 minutes away. But yeah, that skip was found not too long ago actually, but it was actually it's been a few years now, but it's a very cool skip. It saves probably 5-6 minutes maybe, depending on how quickly you can get it, but it's a very fun skip. So this level we end with, or we start with a little platforming section here, our final one of the run, and it's just as notoriously broken as the rest of them, because we can make this jump around the side rather than some other stuff which you're supposed to do. I think lowering the rocks or something, we can just skip all of that. And then we can show off the hovers one last time across this gap here, like so. In fact, we can show them off one more, just to get across here, and then we can do another triple jump to make it up to the top here. And then we are going to go, instead of what you're supposed to do, and doing a boss fight with Gollum on the slopes of Mount Doom, the door to Mount Doom is already open, so we might as well just invite ourselves in and head directly in there. And there is actually a trigger to immediately start the next section, which is another boss fight with Gollum. So what I did as well was switch my FPS to 60. This section in particular tends to freak out with FPSs higher than 60. So we switched to 60 to make it a bit easier. What I'm also doing is I am taking deaths with Frodo on player 1, and that's going to skip Gollum jumping on Frodo's back, which does lose some time. We want Gollum to stay up basically this side near the platform, because the next kind of scripted walk Gollum has to take takes us right to here. And then we will rinse repeat. I'm going to do a small skip with Sam here. Normally you're supposed to build stuff and go to the right, But you can just jump back to the platform you were already on, or originally on. And then use that to be able to make your way up to the top. And we can attack Golem one more time. And while this scripted animation is going on, I'm also going to turn off full rescue. And the reason for that is we can do one final small skip, which avoids us jumping into this little alcove and having Frodo build some boxes and stuff. Our respawn with Sam is still set on the upper level, so we can just fall down with Sam and we'll respawn back up top. And that's a very small skip. And then we hit Golem here. And we go into our final auto-scroller. So once this auto-scroller ends, that will be time. So it's been a fantastic run. It's been really good to showcase kind of a more niche category of this game at LEGOthon, and there's some very cool tech in this run. Very interesting sections. We had some mishaps earlier in the run, but I think it's still come together for a good showcase. But yeah, very close to time here. Time is now. And there we go.
It's gone. Yes, Mr. Frodo.
But yeah, thank you very much for having me for this event, allowing me to be able to showcase this run. I will be back tomorrow doing LEGO Harry Potter Years 1 through 4 all character tokens, which is also another fun, more unique kind of run. But yeah, shoutouts to everyone who's been working on this game over the years. So starting off with Loz and Lava Fang, going on to the work that Hamster's done, Dedra's done, Flup and Carcoon obviously recently have pushed this game quite far, especially in the restricted categories. Seeds found some stuff along the way. But yeah, thanks to everyone for this run, and yeah, we'll go on to the next run now.
Yeah, thank you for showcasing that, Pax. That was an awesome run to watch. Can't wait for the next one coming up here right after a quick break. We have To Hamster with restricted, no levels early for Lego The Hobbit. We still need a little bit more money to meet that Buy Peter Jackson incentive that he will hopefully be doing at the end of that run. So anyone who has a donation to get in before the end of that run, you can still meet that incentive. We'll see that here in just a minute. We'll take a quick break and then we'll come right back.
think we're good. Perfect. Yeah, we are good to go for it.
All right. We have the next iteration of the villain face-off here now. So we got Mr. Freeze and Two-Face from, obviously, the Batman universe. Both of these guys, man, they are very tragic villains, if you're not familiar. Mr. Freeze, his whole deal is that his wife was sick and there wasn't a cure for it, so he tried to like freeze her so that she wouldn't die. But then something happened to him and now he's frozen. He's trying to like solve the disease, but the freezing thing hasn't been good for him, so he's kind of going mad. But he's very driven by that. And then Two-Face, of course, he was the district attorney, I believe, for Gotham City, and he was he was doing great stuff there, but then he got the acid thrown in his face and he went a little crazy from that. And then now he's doing the thing with his coin, the heads or tails thing, and that's not been great for anyone. But we will get to see which one of these two villains advance to the next round here with a quick poll. So let's take a quick peek into that. Vote for your favorite, whether that be Mr. Freeze and Two-Face, or Two-Face, excuse me. And while you are doing that, we did get a quick donation from our previous runner, Captain Paxo, $18. He says, Peter Jackson, my beloved. And with that, we did actually fulfill now the Peter Jackson, or the buy Peter Jackson incentive for the next run that we'll be seeing right after this break from the Hamster. So we will get to see Peter Jackson purchased at the end of the Hamster's run, which is very exciting. Cannot wait to see that. See, we are pretty neck and neck right now on this villain face-off. It's about 50-50 right now between Two-Face and Mr. Freeze. Make sure to get those votes in here. We'll see which one comes out the winner. We do have no more incentives today that have not already been met, but we do have a I forget what the word for it is, but for Laser Traps Collectible Rush right after the Hamster's Hobbit run, we have Kill the Goons versus Save the Goons.
Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back to LEGOthon. We have a fun run right here. It's going to be LEGO the Hobbit Restricted NLE. What restricted means, real quick, is we're going to be running the game on 60 FPS, so the VSync on option sort of changes up the category a little bit. Today, in the booth with me, I have Captain Paxo.
Hello, hello.
Alright, and yeah, he's going to be helping commentate, so I can go ahead and get the run started soon. Unfortunately, due to a weird quirk, the time doesn't start for just a little bit here. So I'll go ahead and start this cutscene. It'll start as soon as I skip this cutscene in about 30-ish seconds. But yeah, the reason that we're running restricted NLE is because this game has a lot of frame rate dependent, like high frame rate dependent tricks. They take a lot of FPS to do. So when you do a restricted category like this, it keeps it all on an even playing ground for everyone. So time, or the timer start will be coming up here as soon as I load into the level. So it'll be 3, 2, 1. And start.
Okay, good luck, good luck. So, what we'll see straight away with Hamster here is a few little small optimizations, namely with the number of attacks going on with Thorin to be able to build this structure. And then we'll see a precise positioning here with P2 to be able to hit the quest marker as early as possible. And then we can make our way through into the next room.
Yeah, this room is a very expansive, or this level is very expansive. There is a lot to it. I believe it's 8 rooms. So we're just going to be making our way through. Doing a little corner cut there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to do this kind of chicken dinner kind of sequence where we just spawn some chicken to distract the guards, but I think already at this point we can start talking about what's going to happen in the next room. Because in the next room we have one of the biggest skips in the run, which is known as Gem Skip. It saves probably about 2 minutes on its own. And what we've got to do is basically convince one of the AI characters to get past the activation trigger to close the doors at the far end of this room. So we'll see this here. Hamster is going to run and drop out at the right time with player 1. And makes it over to the other side like so. And just like that is able to skip the trigger, which closes those doors so we can go straight through it. And that skips about a 2-minute run.
It does, yeah. Saves quite a bit of time.
And then we get introduced to some of the smaller mechanics in this game here, which is the materials. So for any kind of big build or anything, we need to look for the right amount of resources to be able to use them. Normally you have your main materials, which are wood, rock, stone, and leather. But there's also some other more niche ones like gems, which we're going to see Hamster mining for here. And yeah, like gold, silver, that kind of thing. We have these mining animations where Hamster is aiming to hit the middle every single time, because that destroys each rock in 1 hit rather than taking 3 hits. And then we have this build menu, and these build menus are very unique to this game, but what you've got to do is select the right piece. The piece is always consistent, but the order of the pieces in this kind of wheel of 8 is always different. So Hamster kind of half searches, half mashes to be able to find the right piece each time. Then we have a few more mining stuff that Hamster's got to do here. And then we go into a very big skip in the next room as well, which is known as barrier skip. And this one is, again, it's another interesting skip. Hamster's going to hold right on spawning in with player 2. Because player 2 gets movement earlier than player 1, and player 2 therefore can jump over the barrier before the barrier is fully formed. So we'll see if Hamster can do it here. Very nicely done.
Yeah. That invisible wall does not form until like it just spawns in late, I guess I'd say, and it makes it a lot nicer to do that skip if you like time it in a very precise sort of way. But thankfully we got it there. And
Yeah, that's a nice one to kind of settle the nerves, I guess.
Yeah. Saves quite a bit of time to hit that. There is another skip that you can do as you back it to back it up if you miss it. But yeah, and now we have another very cool skip. Very unique to the run. I don't think we see this tech anywhere else.
Yeah, so what Hamster's going to do here is going to be jumping on basically the kill plane. It's like a quicksand kind of mechanic, but made of gold for this section. And what Hamster's going to be doing is using this buddy up state, which is an intended mechanic, but by buffer jumping and holding neutral when coming into contact with the ground, Hamster's able to get a jump off this kind of kill plane surface, this quicksand surface, and is able to just skip the entirety of the section. So yeah, very nicely done. That was very clean.
Yeah. And you saw I was sort of 1p2c'ing. 1p2c is a big part of this category. We'll see some levels where sort of we just do some skips with one player, and some levels where we're 1p2c'ing the entire time in order to sort of speed things up. But I was grabbing some materials there, and the materials, especially for this first half of the game, are incredibly important. You need to really plan ahead and make sure you're hitting the material numbers that you need so you don't get stuck in a level having to continuously farm them. But yeah, just like that, that is the first level done. A very cool level. And now we head into an unexpected party. This is a sort of shorter one, but it's kind of a different feel for sure. But a very cool level all the same.
Yes, yeah, it's a very different style of level, I guess, compared to this one. We're going to see Hamster's got to make a short trip to Bag End to be able to just enter the level, and then from there we'll continue into the level itself. Also, you'll note on all these overworld sections, Hamster will be grabbing resources, and these resources, especially your wood, your rope, are just absolutely vital for like late game stuff, so you're not forced to farm bushes at any point, really. I think especially there's a lot of overworld sections which require a lot more resources than you just get playing through normally, but Hamster's trying to mitigate them as best as possible. We have some 1p2c here where Hamster's basically doing stuff so that the rest of the party of dwarves will arrive. So we can see on the left hand side, which is the important thing, Hamster's going through and collecting some resources. There's a lot of resources you need to get in this level. I believe it's 20 wood and then 10 of some of the others or something. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. And the other thing is the materials are very easy to get in this level, so it's nice to actually just go ahead and get these fast materials in this level rather than get some in slower spots later down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to note though is you'll never get soft-locked in a level not having the right materials. You will always make sure that you have... the game will respawn certain objects to make sure that you can still access the materials you need. Which is quite a nice touch. Yeah, because otherwise I'd imagine a lot of casual players would have got soft-locked. We got this final section before we move into kind of the next part of the level, which is just prepping some stuff for the dinner table. You see Hamster's able to do the 1p2c for that. And then we have a very, again, unique tech here. So what we're going to see from Hamster is basically section is a series of quick time events where you're meant to press the right button at the right time to be able to progress things. But if you drop out the character that's meant to be doing the quick time event, it will skip them and immediately like progress onto the next character, which saves, I want to say it's like 5-10 seconds per dropout.
It's not quite that much. I think it saves 25 seconds overall, but it is quite a bit of time. I think
it's
I mean, if there's 10 dropouts total, and it's a 2.5 to 3 seconds per dropout that you do, so
right. Still very much worth it though for such a simple tech.
For what would be an auto scroller as well. Like there's no way to speed this up otherwise. And just like that, the level is over.
Yeah, so we're already 2 levels down. I guess at this point, should probably explain how this game is structured. So this game follows the first 2 of the 3 Lego Hobbit films. The third film was originally meant to be made as a DLC, but got cancelled, unfortunately, midway through production. So instead, this game is only comprised of the first 2 films, but each film therefore has 8 levels. So we play 16 levels total in this category. As we're playing NLE or no levels early, then it means in total, yeah, we will be playing all 16 levels in order. Any percent now gets by with technically only playing 1 level and 1 room, but yeah, we obviously have to do a lot more than that. So we'll see Hamster making his way over to the next level. This is a long walking section, but it's again a huge potential to collect as many resources as he possibly can. And Hamster will be looking for a specific, I believe it's a specific house or set of houses which has
Yes, I will. Ignore
yeah.
these silly little deaths. The camera can be a little tricky to deal with sometimes over here. But, there we go. So yeah, we gotta go in this house, and this house, again, is the perfect spot. Has tons of materials. It has the food items that we're gonna need for some later sections. Plenty of wood. And ideally we're at around 20 wood here.
Yeah, might have to wait a little bit with Gandalf before entering the trigger for the next section, but it's going to pay off in the long run, so it's not... You know, you'd rather take the time loss here to wait a little bit longer than to be stuck waiting for a bush to respawn multiple times later on.
Yeah. Alright, now we have a new tech that I don't think... Yeah, we have not seen yet, and this is going to be a staple for the rest of the run. And that
Very
is
nice.
a buddy up launch. That was a very good launch. But yeah,
Yes.
by using the buddy up mechanic, which we haven't seen any of yet because we skipped all of it that you use casually. I guess, I don't know the best way to explain it, but basically small characters are able to team up together if you press B, and that allows them to sort of team up together. They have more powerful attacks, and it also gives you the ability to do a buddy up launch, and what that is by wedging yourself in between an object or two objects, you can sort of use the momentum that the buddy up animation provides to launch yourself upwards if you stick yourself in between 2 objects in a pretty specific way. So that is just one really good example of it.
Yeah, I think I like to think of it as the way that the devs could justify having, you know, however many hobbits or however many dwarves in the party at any one time, is bringing them together to use the power of friendship to be able to take on certain obstacles. But in doing that, what they unintentionally created was 2 of the most broken techs in this game.
Exactly.
With buddy up launching, which is what we just saw with Hamster, where you have basically 2... Oh, that's interesting. There we go. Where you have 2... my brain is not working. Where you try and do the buddy up initialization with an obstacle in the way, and then a launch is able to happen from there, and you can gain a decent amount of height with that. The other one, which we'll be able to see in a bit, is hovering, which is a very nice tech as well, where you can basically gain pretty much infinite horizontal distance in this game, as long as there's not an obstacle in your way. You can go as far as you want using this buddy up mechanic, but we'll explain more of that later.
Yeah, and I will point out there is a little cool cutscene skip, or camera, I guess it's kind of a camera pan skip that I did there. And that's by running into the wall that you have to break with the buddy ups while you are buddying up. For some reason, it allows you to skip sort of these longer camera pans. Let's see if I'm able to get it here. Oh, unfortunately, it took a death. But it usually there's a long camera pan when you break that wall by running into the wall as you buddy up. You're able to skip. It's just sort of a cool, smaller micro optimization.
Yeah, when you get the chance, your mic is doing the thing again.
Alright, hopefully that's better.
Yeah, that's good. But yeah, that is indeed a small micro optimization. One thing you can also do here, which you can kind of do it whether you want to or not, like unintentionally, is just farming leather from the orcs. Because you kill so many orcs, and the main thing that orcs drop is leather. We also see another small optimization from Hamster here, trying to get a vertical buddy up, which is a state you can get the buddy up characters in. It's a little bit rarer, I think, than the horizontal. And there's some weird conditions for initializing it. But we see Hamster's able to get it there. And basically deposit player 2 up on the next section.
Yeah, it's a tech that you don't see in most speedrun categories. It's called a buddy drop. But because we're playing restricted, we don't have as many ways to gain height as we would in a different category. So thankfully, we have this cool tech that we get to see a couple times. Not everyone knows about it, but it allows us to gain some height early. We're actually going to use it again over here. Uh-oh. Sort of at an awkward point where they're both dying at different times. But
yeah,
this one also skips a long puzzle right here.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to go all the way over to the right normally and use your flail for different things and such, but you can just happily drop off Dwellin at the very top. We haven't, I guess, spoken that much about character abilities because most of the things we've been doing so far are skipping, but each of the dwarves, or most of the dwarves, are designed to have different abilities, which we'll point out at different parts during a run. Dwellin, for example, has a big hammer, which is used to hit things, and then I can't remember what the name of the other dwarf is that has the flail.
Dory.
Dory, that's it. But yeah, there's a load of different things. Crossbows, shovels, slingshots, I believe. Some of them can stack into a tower. But yeah, that's kind of the intended way that you can use all of the range of dwarves. But if we can skip it, we will. And we'll see we're already done with the 3rd level. Now, I believe there's a little bit of a track and also a build we need to do, maybe? Oh no, the build can probably be skipped now, right?
We are gonna skip the build with the hover, yeah. So we will see our first use of the hover tech here.
Yes. So that means I can explain it. This hover tech is a very interesting oversight from the devs. Basically, normally what the game will do, once you end a hover, the game will check if you're kind of above a ground. Above a piece of ground or on the piece of ground. If you're above it, then it will drop you down and you like fall down to where the ground is. But if you happen to not be holding a directional input, so holding neutral when the hover or when the attack animation of the buddy up ends, then the game will not check as to whether you've actually fallen, whether you're actually above the ground or not, and therefore you can just hover infinitely without losing any height, and that's a very big skip, or very big tech that's used in a lot of places in this category.
Yeah, the less in these restricted categories, when you don't have the same means to launch as far or as high, or you don't have the same tech, you do sort of have to use some of these other techs that were found a lot earlier in the game's history, and they become really useful in the category like this. This is our first forced rolling section. This is a kind of common thing that we have in a lot of these sections, or in a lot of these games. So yeah, our movement is kind of limited, but thankfully we'll see there's actually, it allows some really cool movement opportunities that we'll see coming up in some future sections here.
And yeah, again, we get to see the unique abilities of each character getting showcased a bit more there. For example, Bilbo being able to fish, and I want to say, is it Ori the one that has the
Or
slingshot?
yeah.
Yes, let's go.
We can actually see like one example of the movement optimization there, using his spin attack move and holding it through the cutscene, not releasing it until the troll moves out of the way. And now we just start rolling over back to this other side. We freed one pony, and now we have to free this other one to end this room.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you only need to free this second pony, technically, to be able to progress the level. The first pony doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but the only thing it kind of does is clears the way for you to be able to get over to the other side. In regular no levels early, we can skip that and get over to that side, but unfortunately not something we can do in restricted at the moment.
Yeah, finding a way to skip this in restricted would save quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
So
What we will see instead, though, is Hamster, I believe, will be trying to collect some gold as well as some other resources in this section as well, because you do need a decent amount of gold for one of the builds coming up, I believe, for the Troll Horde entry.
yeah, and actually we're going to use some of the resources in this final room of this level too. But yeah, we will be collecting some gold is right here in this chest. Need to do this. Perfect. And thankfully I got a lot of it in the first level. There's a lot of gold and gems to spare that become useful later in that level. But yeah, it's always helpful to use some extras. So yeah, just continuing to 1v2 this. Looks like we have 18 and we're going to need, it's either 15 or 20. But thankfully we can grab some of this extra.
I believe it's 20, but better to be safe than sorry anyway.
Yeah. Thankfully there is some very easy gold to get, but needing too much is really bad. So we should have plenty now. Don't have to worry about it. Now we can just worry. We are low on stone, which is something that I noticed. But yeah, fighting this last troll over here. And now we're going to go into another forced rolling section. And this is where we're really going to see some of the movement capabilities of some of these people. So flails and a bomber are very useful in these forced rolling sections. Because they let you move a lot farther with their chain attack abilities. It's much faster than rolling, which is your next fastest option. So we'll see. This is just like how slow rolling is. The flail lets you move very fast, and we're going to actually intentionally use Bomber over to get to this side because he can move just way faster than any other character in these forced rolling sections.
Yeah, the movement animation for Bomber is just, it's insanely fast. I mean, he basically just chains your normal rolls together, but
yeah,
in one single animation, and I think just generally faster movement speed anyway.
Yeah, and then you intentionally move into the area there because he has a very long recovery animation from that move. So by running into the area that pushes you back, it actually cancels that and allows you to continue to move faster afterwards. So yeah, there's a lot of depth to the movement.
Yeah, but now we have this quick building section. I think Hamster is taking it a little bit slower than normal, trying to get as little incorrect guesses as possible to make sure we have enough studs for purchasing Peter Jackson when we do.
Yeah. We will make a visit to the bonus level anyways, but I forgot you can swap to him early on this one.
Oh yeah.
Not a huge time loss, but... Alright, that is level 4 down. We are halfway through this first movie already. We have another very interesting level here. This is a 1P2C gauntlet, I would say. A lot of... the whole time, basically, you are doing some 1P2C, so see how well I can execute that. And even beforehand, we also have some difficult 1P2C.
Yeah, so beforehand your 1P2C is mainly just trying to open the door to be able to access the level. But the door is locked behind quite a big build. So obviously the first thing is to make sure that you have enough resources for it. Which it looks like Hamster's just short. You can tell when you have enough resources for when the arrow points onto the like activation pad to be able to build it. I can't remember specifically what you need here.
Yeah,
I just know you
I
need
needed
a lot of it.
that one specifically. I should be almost good. We
Short
don't have enough
on
copper. Yeah. So I can go ahead and put the rest of these in. Copper, there we go. We are going to need some copper later, so I'm actually going to take the time to get some copper now. Alright, and now... Yeah, copper, especially in this category, you run out very quick if you're not careful. We're going to need it for 2, maybe 3 more builds left. Yeah, very important to make sure I'm not running too low. We kind of got unlucky in the first level, actually, not getting any copper mining spawns to collect. So we'll see if we get lucky with another copper spawn over here. We will need this specific material later on, so we'll harvest this before we enter the level. And it doesn't look like we have any... Yep, not useful. Alright. There is one hidden in that bush, and sometimes you get really lucky. But yeah, now we have some more tough 1P2C going on here.
Yeah, so this 1P2C is, well, it's just a lot of it really. But what Hamster's got to make sure is to basically access these 3 different chests, but also it's not just accessing them, it's making sure the right character opens each one. So one of them is for Gandalf, one of them is for Thorin, and one of them is for Bilbo. So Hamster's already got Gandalf's one done, and is currently feeding Bomber to be able to access, I believe that's Thorin's one, and then we'll go into the dark area to be able to start work on collecting Bilbo's chest as well. So we can see on the right side of the screen, we're using the kind of flail with Dory to be able to swing across to the other side to be able to effectively clear the way so that Thorin can then make his way up.
Yeah, if we're lucky, we can jump up there. We're going to hit this, activate this camera pan while we're building to overlap those two. And now we are going to overlap these 2 chest opens as well. Honestly, not too bad 1P2C. I haven't practiced that in quite some time, so it went pretty well.
That was solid. Very solid.
And now we head into the second room. The second room is even harder. So, yeah, we have to free these 5 rabbits. Roscabel rabbits.
Yep. So we now have access to Radagast as well. Radagast has this kind of nature healing property, which we use a lot of. But yeah, we've got to heal basically 5 of these rabbits. And you are kind of bottlenecked by Radagast a bit here, but you're also bottlenecked by quite a major build that you've got to do. I remember when I was first running this game, every single time I'd have to like wait for the bush to respawn specifically to collect wood, I think, more times than not.
Thankfully, we don't have to get any more wood. Now we just need to... The route for this room is very weird. Usually there's a skip you can do with VSync off, but... not something that's possible, so it changes the routing for this level, makes the bottlenecking a lot more awkward. And And now we can do this build over here. We do have enough, thankfully. So my planning really paid off there. Made sure we had enough materials. And that
Yeah,
saves
it's
quite
so
a bit of
easy to
time.
yeah. So easy to just spiral into time loss for that section in particular.
Yeah.
But we will see here another build. This is to build a contraption which like lowers one of the rabbits down.
Yeah, this final one is stuck in a tree, and unfortunately you can't heal it from the tree. I wish you could. I believe that tree branch isn't even solid. Oh. This happens. It's very annoying. If you mess this up, you actually have to re-push the whole thing. There we go. And now, in this downtime from healing this rabbit, we're going to get some more copper, because we are very much going to need this later on. We are a little short on copper, but it's not the end of the world. Let's see if we can get any more rock. Very nice. And now we are in the final room. We are going to see another example of the buddy up launches.
Yeah, so we'll see another buddy up launch here. The difference doing this on a lower FPS, like 60 FPS, compared to doing this on, you know, VSync off is an absolutely night and day difference. We'll see that here. Hamster barely gets enough height to get over. If you do a similar kind of launch on uncapped FPS, you can probably be landing right about now in terms of the amount of height you get. It can be an absolute insanity.
Yeah, so what I'm doing here is I'm putting one character in a very specific spot so that he'll activate a camera pan. And I'm moving the second character to where the boss spawns. So you see that camera pan activated right away, and now I have Dory set up perfectly next to the boss, and I can just swap to him, and he's ready to hit this boss. And because we're up here out of bounds, it not only allows us to skip all of those puzzles, but we can quick kill that boss by just hitting him rather than having to use a bow character. So very nice. That's one of my favorite levels. It's definitely not easy, but when you execute it pretty well, it feels pretty clean.
Yeah, the time save tends to compound on that one, which is really nice.
Yeah, and now we have... This is really where the game starts to get good, in my opinion. This is where it gets really interesting. We do have a longer hub section here. But, sort of, in the storyline, they are figuring out... Uh-oh. There's sort of a corner cut that you do here, but I missed it. There we go. They're sort of figuring out what's going on, why are the orcs chasing them, where do we need to go. But yeah, so what I will be doing here is swapping to Gandalf because he has faster movement with his jump roll. And while I'm doing that, we will be getting hopefully the rest of the wood and rope that we need for the rest of the run. Kind of getting unlucky with only rope spawns. The wood is by far the most important material in the run. We only have
the game
9, which is not good.
The game can very easily go, oh, which one does it think you need more of, and then only give you that one. And that's not always true. You ideally kind of want a half and half split here most of the time, where you get 2 or 3 rope, 2 or 3 wood. But sometimes they can just give you 4 rope, and that tends to be a bit of a problem, especially when you're in a situation like this.
Usually there is a skip for this section as well, where you are able to launch up to this cutscene trigger early. Fortunately, we don't have quite enough FPS for this category. You were pretty close, but not quite. We're doing a lot better on wood now. If we can get to 20 by the time we get up here, we are sitting in pretty good shape. But here, they are going to read the moon map, and they're going to figure out the time frame that they need to visit the secret door in the mountain at. Probably won't have quite
Yep.
enough time to get this bush. Let's try to grab this real quick. Nothing too useful. Very nice. Yeah, very different level here. We're going to see the hovers used quite a bit.
Yeah, this first room is one of my favorite ones. It is technically a split screen section, so player 2 is not in the same group of dwarves as player 1. Player 2 is a bit further away. But what we will see here with player 1 is these hovers. So every time the attack ends, Hamster is releasing any directional input that he's holding so that the game does not check whether he's above a floor or not. And you can use that to basically get infinite horizontal distance, but also controlled infinite horizontal distance. It can be in any direction. You're kind of pointing the characters, really. And we see that's able to sequence break a lot there. And then we'll see it again just at the end of this section.
Yeah, this entire first room is usually you have to do one puzzle with the characters up top, and on player 2, the characters are actually on the bottom path for the map. But by doing these hovers, these two main hovers, we can just completely sequence break this entire room. It saves literal minutes. I think 4 minutes to casual strategies, which is quite ridiculous. There's sort of been an evolution of the skips that are fast for this section as well. So it's kind of cool to see the ones that are fast and the ones that have kind of how they've developed over time. And if we do a precise enough jump here, we can sort of skip that walk around the corner and hit the camera pan early. And hopefully some of these characters should warp up to us. It doesn't look like they have. We are going to need Dory with the flail for another skip we have coming up.
Dory's not at the very end of the party at the very least. That can happen sometimes.
It can be a lot worse.
But yeah.
Thankfully, we can just let Dwalin do all of these axe plates. And now we are going to do... There's a camera pan trigger right in front of Dwalin right now. But if I very precisely jump around it, I can skip it. And now what we want to do is we are going to do another sequence break. We're going to grab this rock right here. We're going to stand in a very precise spot. And unfortunately, we missed it there. This is not easy at all. It's actually very annoying. This should work. Yep. And now we can do another cool skip. Use that. Avoid pushing down the box, which gives us another build to do and things like that. And then we can just move ahead to the end of that climbing section. Now all we have to do is just walk up his last leg. And yeah, we are almost at the end of this room. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Hamster does have to make sure to hit a particular trigger here, I believe. Yeah, that one. Which brings the other playing characters, warps them basically up to him. Because if that doesn't happen, he's not able to use the buddy plate at the very end. But we should see... Yeah, the characters have now warped up the arm. And they're just a little bit further behind.
And I'm taking a very specific route there around that rock. There is a trigger that makes you stand in like it makes you do this animation where you are like shaking because you're on top of like a moving stone giant and stuff like that. But there is a trigger that we can dodge there that helps skip that. And now the last part of this level is very easy. You just mash X once on player 1, once on player 2, and you get out of here.
Yeah, unfortunately for this, we can't use the same trick as we use in an unexpected party where we drop out because they're different quick time events. That was a very situation-specific skip, that one, but instead we just have to mash a little bit quicker. The mashing is easier on VSync on than on VSync off because for some reason in a lot of LEGO games the mashing tends to scale with FPS.
Yeah. Alright, now we have... Oh, my camera was very weird while I spawned in there. Okay. Now we just have this section where we climb the mountain, or climb the stone giant that we'll swap up. There we go. And this giant is very awkward to climb. You have to double jump to get up a lot of these steps, which is just awkward. It's not the easiest thing to 1v2C. I'm also just not doing it very well. And if we get lucky to here, we can, we'll see if this works. I think this should be good. We will not die, and we'll just get warped over straight to the door. Very nice. And yeah,
Nice.
now we have Goblin Town. This is the longest level in the game. A lot of very cool long sections, and there's some cool skips and routing coming up here. This first section is pretty chill. We just do some parkour. We use each of the unique abilities that Bilbo and the Confused Goblin have. Confused Goblin can climb walls, things like that. Yeah, actually we can only build, usually you have to build a lot of things here, but you can only build this middle one and get away with it. Climb that wall, and we're going to build a bridge for Bilbo to get over. Now we're going to do some more resource collection here.
Yeah, we have 2 builds back to back here, which Hamster's going to pay attention to. One to end this room and one in the next room. But this first one here requires a lot of silver. I think it's 15 silver or something. So
yeah,
hopefully Hamster has enough.
We do.
Yeah.
Very nice.
That's only 10.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I waited in the hub. Usually it would take 10 to 15 seconds for the boxes to respawn. That would give me more silver. But I just had it right away because I took a little bit of extra time in the hub when I had some downtime, and it just makes this level a lot easier. And now we're just gonna. Okay. Actually, player 2 is like able to move earlier. So you're supposed to get in that with player 2, but that's not the end of the world. This is called Riddle Skip. By doing a very precise jump here, called a super jump, you can slide up that slope. And now, because the goblin moves higher, you can actually grab that rope because Bilbo is like pulling it down. You can't do it the other way around because Bilbo doesn't jump high enough. Yeah, we do not have enough materials. I know we're missing some copper. Still short on wood. That's what it is. There we go.
Not too much of a panic resource grind, which is always nice.
Yeah. Thankfully, the resource management has actually gone very well this run so far. I've definitely got some good RNG, but I've been planning it out fairly well. Trill Horde, before Trill Horde was a little rough, but not the end of the world.
Yeah.
And I guess I should explain, like, what that riddle skip did is it let us do the last riddle before the other ones, and by doing that, it just skips the other ones. The room end check is only tied to beating that last riddle, so by doing that last one early, it just lets us skip the other 2 puzzles in that room, skip a lot of camera pans, cutscenes, just very nice skip. That is one of the oldest skips in the game, actually, so it's cool that it still is around. But yeah, we are just gonna kill these 10 orcs. Just one more left. And now we have, just to end this with Gandalf, we have to be careful not to softlock here. You can accidentally kill Gandalf before he officially joins your party. He did there, so now we're good. But if you kill him before he walks all the way over towards you, you actually soft lock because you need Gandalf for a later section. You also want to wait there to kill orcs. If you wait to kill the orc that just spawned in there, rather than killing him right away, it prevents another cycle that would usually walk towards you from spawning in. It saves a decent amount of time, because killing these orcs is very annoying. Sometimes they push you back like that. And now we have the second box that we need to drop on the Goblin King's head. Right, just one more now. Alright. Yeah, this last one requires Gandalf, and now we just use our buddy up attack to deal damage to him one more time. And now we get on to probably one of my favorite rooms in the whole game. Very, very long room. A lot of cool skips. Oops.
Yeah, a lot of cool skips, a lot of tough 1P2C as well. Especially when it comes to this kind of platforming jumps and stuff.
Yeah.
We'll see, we kind of do, I feel like it's kind of half intended, half not intended. But
Yeah, we do. We
we'll
will have
see
a tough
here.
jump coming up right here. See if I can get it first try. Very nice. Oh, just barely missed it. I should get a respawn. Yep. There we go. But you can actually skip using that crank. Saves a little bit of time. Well, now we have another one coming up right here. Fortunate. We got the vertical buddy up, which is a little slower. But that's not the end of the world. But we're going to use the hover again here. Usually we need to use the slingshot on those targets up there in order to raise them back up. But we can just hover across the gap instead, which saves a little bit of time. It is a lot faster to hover with the horizontal hover. So we're also going to do one right here. This is just because we don't have the correct character. Usually you want Dory, so by doing this we skip a puzzle. This isn't strictly faster, but just because of the character RNG we had, we're kind of forced to do this. And this skips another long camera pan and puzzle. And so now we can break these. And now we can use this ladder to cross the gap. We are coming up on another very large skip in this game called Goblin Town Skip. Saves over a minute. But before that, we're going to do another cool exploit. We can actually jump over this axe panel that you usually need to use to cross, to get into that loading zone.
So Hamster's going for a small skip here as well to try and jump onto this kind of swinging platform early and then jump around it. Very nicely done. Yeah, that saves a decent amount of time actually. I mean, first off saves a cycle basically, but then
Yeah.
allows us to chain it to this second trick, which is a buddy up launch over here. And from this point on basically, this section we will not be playing the intended way. You had some interesting physics there.
Yeah, that is kind of preventable, but very stupid that that happened. We will be doing a buddy up launch here once these orcs start to leave us alone. That's also unfortunate. Actually, I'm gonna try it. I think usually you actually do this launch with 30 FPS, so me doing it this way should make it easier. Almost got it there.
It is, yeah, one of those ones which is barely possible with the collision, and also it doesn't
There
help
we
when
go.
the orcs are trying to go after you, but that's the height you want. And then land up here, and then it is time to skip basically the entire rest of this section. There's a few more different sections with camera pans and such, but you can see by the trail of studs over to the right that those haven't been loaded yet. And the fact that they're not loaded does not mean that the floor doesn't exist, so Hamster's going to be able to land here, if he so chooses, and then be able to jump down I think that was a little bit too soon on the jump.
There we go. Oh, yeah, I'm not quite in the right spot. It is kind of tough to find your bearings. That's good. There we go.
There we go, yeah. The only visual cue you have there is kind of this line of torches.
Yeah.
But basically, the collision has, or the visibility hasn't loaded in, but the collision's still there. And we're able to use that, and somewhere around here is the next section, and we go into the boss fight. That's a very nice skip, and done decently well as well.
Yeah. And yeah, just skipping one of those transition loading zones between sections that teleports you really breaks it. Yeah, it makes sure the later areas aren't loaded in. With uncapped FPS, you can actually skip it from a section earlier, and that saves another ridiculous amount of time. Not quite something that's fast to do and restricted because you don't have the same launching capabilities, but the same idea, just skipping one of those loading zones, deloading the rest of the level from that point forward. Very cool. Now we're going to sort of kill these orcs with a spin attack, and we're going to see if I can skip a cycle here. If you stand in the right spot, you can keep him from jumping and activating a later cycle, which doesn't seem to want to work. There we go. Not the fastest, but it should still be good. Usually he'll jump 5 to 6 times there, and we managed to make him only jump 3 times, which is just a fun little time save. Sometimes you can completely make him not jump at all. It's just kind of tough to stand in the right spot at the right time. You have to wiggle over a certain spot. Yeah, we are almost done with this level. A very long one, but very diverse. There's so much going on in this level.
Yeah, this level is, I want to say, almost double the length of the average of all the other levels. It's almost like 2 levels in one, pretty much. But yeah, there's a lot of different stuff to it. But it is a cool level. And yeah.
Believe it or not, this is not even the last part of this level. This is the same room, but we do have just this falling section where there's not a whole lot to do. But yeah, now we are almost done, and we are almost done with the first movie as well. We do have sort of another very different level for that part as well. But yeah, just need this last section to break away, and then we are done with the level. There we go. Not too bad at all.
Nicely done.
And yeah, almost done with this first movie. We do have a new tech coming up. Not in the first room, but alright. Jump into right here. Very nice. And now we do need to take a specific line in this auto-scroller, otherwise there is risk of crashing. And crashing is never good.
Yeah, this auto-scroller has a risk of crashing, but on the other hand, it does sort out our resources for most of the rest of the run. Specifically the wood and the rope. Yeah. We get a decent amount here. You're going to see Hamster get probably up to around 35, 40 of each here.
Yeah,
maybe more.
Quite a large amount, which is funny because you don't actually need it. We skip almost every build from here on out. We might skip every build, I think. But here what we're looking for is we're looking for a horizontal buddy up, which is very frustrating to get in this room. There we go. And now we are going to sort of get into the whole end level trigger thing. Okay, that should be a good setup. But yes, we're going to use this hover. There is a door that ends the level out of bounds over here, sort of this, the foreground of this level. Very nice. Hit it first try there. And sort of by using the spinning the spinning of the buddy up animation. You can hit it backwards because the characters spin around it in the buddy up animation. Very cool. And now we just go through. This is more or less an auto scroller. But what we are going to be doing is taking a lot of deaths in this section to get down to 0 studs. 0 studs saves 4 seconds to get in every level that you choose to get it in.
Yeah, that's
So
a very niche thing compared to a lot of other LEGO games where 0 studs only saves on the first level for a lot of them. In the case of The Hobbit, you always have to see your stud count and your Master Burglar count, I think it is, the equivalent of True Jedi or whatever. You always see that on the status screen no matter what in every level. So if you collect 0 studs, then you skip it every single time, or you skip it each time you do, and it's a very nice time save to have because it's not possible in the very first level of the game, but in a lot of the later levels we have the ability to do it, especially as we get towards the second half of the run. There's a couple levels in a row that I know of where it's very possible to be able to get 0 studs.
Yeah. And this section is just sort of a forced waiting section, not a whole lot to it. Now Azog is back on the ground, so we can move on through this part. Unfortunately, there is no end level door for this room. There is one in almost every room in this game, aside from this one. But it's fine, it's not the end of the world. We do have cutscene coming up, and we just need to kill some of these orcs on orcs. See, we do have 0 studs from just falling off the edge a bunch of times. So yeah, 5 more warps to go. The jump slam actually allows you to kill them in 1 hit, which is kind of cool. The jump slam usually doesn't do any more damage than any other attack, but thankfully we're able to just kill them in 1 hit, which is kind of a cool optimization. Azog turned
nice
around
thing to
there
have.
just to hit Thorin, which is kind of funny. I've never seen that before. Alright, and that is the end of the first movie.
We are a little over halfway through the run though, because Goblin Town's such a long level.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not too bad so far. It's all going well, and we go straight into a couple of cutscenes, and then we have Queer Lodgings, which is our next level, which is where the Fellowship first meets Bayon.
Very nice. We got like the perfect boost. If you do it just right, with VSync off, you can get boosted really far on that, just before this camera pan happens. But yeah, now the pace sort of changes of the game. It's very interesting, but now it's more buddy up launches, end level doors, just some more crazy sort of skips rather than like the weird tech that we've been using. We do start off with an auto scroller here. Unfortunately, there are a couple of these in this game, and they kind of happen to be in levels that are back-to-back. I will be trying to avoid these mini-kits, because mini-kits do add some time to the end of the level if you grab them. Not a whole lot, but in an auto-scroller like this, there's no harm in avoiding them. But yeah, avoiding anything that adds time to the end of the level status screen really is nice. Yeah, we are almost through. There's just a slide at the end over here.
Yep, and then once we get into the section itself, it's a bit of a strange section because you spawn like right next to the door essentially, but you have to go on a decent bit of a quest to be able to open that door in the first place. So we're going to see that here with Hamster. going for a buddy up launch to start. Like so.
Alright.
Gets him up to the top.
Now we're gonna jump down and hit this little trigger right here. And now I think Bilbo should be in the right spot to not walk off. I might have jinxed it there. We'll see. We do want him to stay up there. Now I can
But basically
swap
what we've
back
done
to him.
by...
Yeah, we
Sorry.
sequence braked it. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say what we've done by depositing Bilbo at the top there is we've allowed kind of... Well, we've skipped stuff that you need to do to be able to then move a character higher up later. Or up to the top later, and that's a bit of a weird stuff where I believe you've got to like use Bomber as a trampoline again and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about that now, because Bilbo is in the perfect position already, although Gandalf seemed reluctant to target the right place.
Yeah, would rather hit Dory, which I don't really understand. I kind of messed the route up just a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. We do need Dory for this last bit, and then we'll see why this key is about to launch straight up to where Bilbo is. Yeah, we are going to just walk straight in the door. It is cool in free play. We have some methods to get into that door a little early and skip having to do all that 1P2C and the moving around, but unfortunately in story we don't have a good way to hit it just yet. Very, very close to being possible, but just not quite. Now, because Beorn is a horse person, friend of the animals, he gives us some horses to use. And now for the rest of the hubs, we will be able to use horses and Bilbos on a pony. We'll be able to use all sorts of mounts to move around faster throughout the hub.
Yeah, horses are incredibly useful, but also incredibly glitchy in places. I mean, we use them in the any percent runs and stuff. They're very vital for that, but also just for this category as well. We will be able to take advantage of some small shortcuts in places. We're going to see from Hamster a small buddy drop up here at the start of this level. So need to get the vertical buddy up, and then deposit Dwalin at the top.
There we go.
Like so.
Very nice. And now he is able to get up here. We'll see. I have not practiced this launch a whole lot, so we'll see how well this goes. But there is a cool launch here that allows us to skip a pretty big section.
Yeah, this is not a very wide margin of error for this one in terms of where you need to position for, so this might take a few attempts, but the time save is worth it off of this because this is a long section. Something's wanting to happen. Oh, not quite.
It's very close. There we go. That's probably not good enough because we need 2 people over here. It's kind of unfortunate. We did get one of them over there. If we can get one more, and not quite. That is all we need because we have the hover tech. Unfortunately, not possible. Oh, there we go.
Predictably, you get both of them over there this time, but we get to see these hovers in action rather than the really long and convoluted method that the game suggests of using Ori to be able to go on every single one of these platforms and kind of make your way around that way, which takes absolutely ages. I think there's stuff you have to do with Gandalf, stuff you have to do with Bilbo with these ghost blocks, all sorts. It's much better just to skip it. Unfortunately, Hamster looks to have had, or just about,
yeah,
had a small drop in
enough.
height, which makes that a lot more challenging to be able to land on those platforms. I thought he was going to have to skip it and just make his way direct to here, but that works out just fine. It's a small little time save if you can land on those platforms, because movement speed is faster than the hover tech. But now we have this section, which is one of the only times, really, I think it might even be the only time in the run where we really use Bilbo's invisibility ring as a mechanic.
Yeah. The only other place that I can think of right now would be barrels out of bonds. You do need it to build a wraith object. But yeah, you would be right. Really not used as much as you think it would be. At least intended-wise, we are able to skip a lot of places where it's needed.
I guess, yeah, it is a ring that Bilbo picks up from the Misty Mountains, so we'd only have access to it after Goblin Town anyway. But it's still kind of surprising to me that they don't force uses of it straight away necessarily. I think there may be one or two, but I think even intended there's not too many of them. Instead, yeah, we get to do more fun platforming. So we're going to see here, I believe, a small skip. Hamster does need to free these
Yeah,
two
that's
dwarves.
what it is. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, wait, just a little brain part there.
But then we get to see this jump across here. And
Really
Bilbo does actually have to... Yeah.
Alright.
Bilbo does have to take out the spider this time. Sometimes you can get away with not taking out that spider, and for some reason the small character hatch will be already activated, but
Yeah.
alas, not this time.
Alright, we do have another cool tech that we're not going to see a whole lot of. This is going to be backflip wall climbs. By buffering jumps with an elf, you can actually wall climb, and we can get up to that little edge early. And that
very
allows us
small
to
piece
free
of tech.
one. Really, it's used a lot in free play, and it's really cool. There actually are some uses for it in unrestricted categories, but yeah, we should get an overlap on these last two ones right here. And yeah, just like that. That is Flies and Sliders done. Another pretty interesting level. But yeah, there's a lot more just like big skips in these later levels. Alright. They are now captured by the elves, so what we're going to have to do is we are going to have to free them. Luckily, in a cutscene, Bilbo and this other dwarf got left behind, so we're going to use this campfire to switch to nighttime, so that these elves fall asleep. Usually, if you go up to the elves before you find out that you're supposed to use the campfire, there's a whole cutscene that you have to watch, but we've played the game before, so we know you just have to use the cutscene anyway, or the campfire anyway, so we can just skip that cutscene. And then we are just going to get on a horse, and we are going to make our way through Randwheel's Kingdom.
Yeah, we'll see how good Hamster's horse parkour is right now. This is not very easy movement in the grand scheme of things. Can be quite awkward trying to fit up here, but Hamster seems to be handling it decently. Oh, never mind.
I went for the corner cut.
I didn't say
Haven't done this
anything
in a
there. I
long
didn't
time.
curse anything.
Yeah. Alright.
So one death's not too bad.
Yeah, not the end of the world.
But we will see here another build section. We haven't had one in a long while, actually. So it's we get to see the return of that. But as we get to this kind of later point in the run, the resources, we're far less dependent on them. Early game tends to have a lot more resources. But you see, what Hamster's done here is built the thing for the resources, put all the resources in, but it's not activated to build yet. And part of the reason for that is when you put the resources in for a build, it's quicker to then exit and re-enter. It saves a second or a couple of seconds or so. But also, it's just not necessary, or it's just quicker to do this build later in the 1P2C when kind of more of your characters have been taken away from your roster as they're put into the barrels. So we'll see Hamster stocking the weapons right here. This is purely to get a bow. Why you have to do all the building of the spears and stuff to get a bow, I have no idea, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. We'll see here, there's only 2 barrels left. And Hamster will be putting the last one in.
Miss all of them there. I guess the targeting just is not on my side. Okay, there we go. And yeah, that is that first section done. The other funny thing about that build is it only costs 3 total materials to build it. It's a lot less than those other ones that require 20 gold. That one just requires 1 wood, like 1 rock and 1 room or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Something like that, yeah. Hamster is now using the save statue, not for any purposes of actually saving the game, but more just to get it out the way, because it is in the perfect position to stop this buddy up launch from happening. But then this buddy up launch on 60 is quite tough. Hamster will be able to get a launch relatively often, but getting the launch with the right height is quite painful. However, this saves multiple minutes as a skip, because if you go up onto the left side, there's a whole mini boss fight sequence. From what I remember from this launch in particular, there is a ceiling which you need to avoid.
If you jump, you can actually bypass the ceiling, but you have to get a jump off to get this launch. I'm not sure why I'm having problems with this that I am. I was getting this first try.
Classic marathon luck.
Yeah, classic marathon. Oh, that one was so close. You know what? There is a backup we can do right here. And it is slower, but it's not that much slower. So let's go ahead and just do this instead.
Yeah, it's still not too bad. And this will allow him to comfortably be able to get over this kind of line of orcs that's blocking the path, and then you can skip the rest of this section just by jumping on this handle here. And now we have the mildly infamous part of this level, or this game, in all honesty. Barrels Out of Bond is known in a lot of ways for how it can crash as we get to certain parts of it, so hopefully that doesn't happen this time. I believe there is some things Hamster will be doing to mitigate it.
Yeah. There are also a lot of things that I'm doing here to try to get the best possible cycles. Pinching this inside line here a lot with all 3 characters will make him available to hit, because you're taking a better line, so he'll be farther along in the track fast enough to be able to use him. And I actually got the best possible cycle there, which is very cool. So if we can get one more cycle here, it's actually a pretty decent time save. It'll be coming up right here. But yeah, just making sure the AI is taking the best possible line. Should get it. Yep. And yeah, thankfully, VSync on makes crashing a lot less of a problem. Yeah, we are through this section. Now we have a cool little camera pan coming up here. And a bomber will roll off this tree and sort of mow down a bunch of orcs. And yeah, pretty simple part right here. Let's run over to this bridge. And destroy that axe plate to let all of the barrels through. And now we have another very simple section. Basically, just mash X, move to the front, and take out all of the orbs. This room has a lot more depth than the categories where you need to get the mini kits and things like that, but here, there's not a whole lot to it. Just hope you don't miss an orc, because pre-orking this is some time loss.
Yeah, this section is a strange one because I think it does loop, right? Because you need.
But it is very. Sometimes it just soft locks while you loop it as well.
Yes.
This is classic. Classic, a great game development. Definitely, this is a lot of people's not their favorite level. Thankfully, I've played it enough to where I can figure out and avoid some of those issues. But as a casual, it can be kind of annoying.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're now going into Lake Town. So getting towards the business end of the second movie, I guess. But yeah, what we're going to see here is another small little thing from Hamster, where if he chooses to do it, you can go and activate this area and then go direct to the fishing. Basically what you've got to do is put some fish in the barrels on the boat, very low poly barrels, I think, with the settings Hamster's playing. But then it means we can start this camera pan a little bit earlier and get the fish on the barrels earlier to return.
Yeah, and by placing player 2 here, I don't even have to wait for the gates to open. As soon as these fish are all in their barrels, this section will just start.
Mike has done the thing again.
Alright, is that any better?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Smuggled into Lake Town.
Right, we do have a little skip right here. We'll see if I'm able to hit it. You kind of only have 1 or 2 shots at it. Very nice.
Very nice.
And now we have just another kind of intense 22C section.
Yeah, so this section, you have to collect all 5 of the weapons. It's not like there's any kind of fail-safe where you only need to collect a couple of them or anything. Hamster will be going for all 5 of them. We'll be sequence breaking a little bit by doing this pickup launch in the corner, which should, if it goes well, skip a build. I think that was a bit of unfortunate timing, and the launch kind of pushed him a bit further out than it should do. So we'll see if he can do it again, but one thing Hamster's got to also be sure of is that the right characters are in the right position at each time. It's not just getting a character to a location, it's getting the right character to that location at any given point. This pickup launch is annoying though.
Yeah, this one specifically is very finicky. There is another one that I can attempt.
Yeah, basically anytime you're in a situation where you have one character in a pickup launch being controlled by AI, it just makes it exponentially more annoying, because the AI character won't be in the exact position you want compared to where you'd set it as P2.
Oh, maybe I got it here. Very nice. Okay, well, we don't even have to do that one.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think maybe just starting to go for that other one might be the play. See a lot more height. We'll be overlapping these two. Oh, maybe not. I was gonna say, if you press them both at the same exact time, you can actually overlap them. It's not the easiest. It's a very small frame to actually be able to pull it off. But it is a good little time save. Be overlapping overlapping this
Yeah.
one as well. With a little camera fan that happens there.
Thankfully, that overlap's a lot more lenient, that second one.
We need,
But we'll see Hamster here.
Oh wait, he has the bow. I need him to get off. Oh, he has the makeshift bow too, I guess. I did not realize that. But this is the last one. Now we have another interesting section coming up here. With a cool skip called Pig Skip. Usually we have another section very similar to the first one, actually, where you have to free 3 animals, and it doesn't matter what order you do them in, they all need to be done. But we have we're going to take this sort of into our own hands, do a launch, and try to hit this out of bounds door. It's definitely not the easiest. Kind of stuck, aren't I?
I've never seen that happen where you got both on sides like that. That was impressive.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I have not practiced this one very much, so we'll see how this goes. That looks better. Not quite enough height.
But if you do land in the water, you get a lot better respawn, so it's a lot less punishing in that respect.
That looks better. Too much, almost. That might have been too much. Not quite enough. Oh, perfect. Never mind.
Nice.
But yeah, that skips a long section. Even though I did have some struggles there, I still probably saved a decent amount of time with it. We do have a pretty scripted section here. There are some cool skips that you can do. They're not quite possible on restricted FPS, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is quite a lengthy boss fight. I think one of the longest ones we have, but we do actually get to use the elf characters, which we rarely get to use throughout the rest of the run. But you're going to see Hamster's basically going to be trying to take some small shortcuts here, just to be able to make things better.
We have arrow skip right here.
Good. Tario didn't do the thing where she just flies back onto the arrow thing, so that's good.
Yeah, we'll be making our way over. Oh, wow.
Can I jump in with a quick donation?
Go for it.
Alright, we got $25 from Prince with the message, Two-Face demands the victory, and that this donation go towards the ABL Ice Rink incentive. So thank you, Prince. That will be the tiebreaker on that villain face-off from earlier. And that also gets us up to $40 towards the all bonus levels Ice Rink incentive for the first run tomorrow, the LEGO Harry Potter Years 1 through 4 character token rush. So thank you for that, Prince. And if anyone else has any other donations, we do have still a lot of work to be done on that incentive there. And we also have another incentive for the run right after this. If you'd like to donate towards killing the goons or saving the goons in Laser Trap's LEGO Batman, the video game DS collectible rush, you can do that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As little as $2 will be able to sway the decision in that kill or save the goons in Laser Trap's run. So no better time to be able to get that donation in. We are also creeping closer to hitting $1,000 total raised for this event. So let's keep the donations coming in. It's been very, very good to see so far. But yeah, Hamster's just finished off this level, and I believe there's now 4 levels left.
5, I think.
5.
Am I wrong? looking for proof, the Necromancer on the only 4. You are correct. Yep.
But now we get towards the levels which probably you and I are a bit more familiar with because they comprise a decent chunk of the restricted any percent category as well.
Before the sheer
Yeah.
Not necessarily these first few rooms, in this level in particular, but then after this point, we'll both be pretty familiar. We see here, Hamster's going to be doing a lot of 1p2c here because really when you have you know, no pairs of dwarves in your party, so in this case we've got both wizards, there's a real limitation on the number of skips you can do in a category like this. Obviously in unrestricted, you can still do some kind of height launches with like roll boosting and those kind of things. Whereas in this category, we're a little bit more limited. Hamster's doing some precise parkour around here with Radagast, which is
There we go.
very, very few pixels to be able to make that work. But that was very nicely done, and that allows us to skip basically the turn, what you intended to do on that turn. But it does mean Radagast has to solo the rest. We do that with Radagast because Radagast needs to heal this bird here.
Yeah. It's also just not possible with Gandalf because for whatever reason, Radagast jumps a considerable amount higher than Gandalf. Whether or not that was intended for any sort of reason, I don't know, but it is convenient that the person that it's possible with is the person that you need to complete the section.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see this first room done, and we get to make our way into this kind of dark room area. That was a very nice boost with Radagast there. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. With uncapped FPS, you can actually boost and skip walking through this entire room like every time very easily. You can't get quite as much with 60 FPS, unfortunately, but still a nice boost.
Yep, and now we have a memory test for Hamster to make sure he's going the right way. It can be kind of difficult to see with these paths, but Hamster's played this enough, hopefully, to, yeah, knows the exact way to go. It's always a good sign. And then, yeah, we'll kind of head into this, I guess, kind of crypt area.
Yeah.
There's no way of skipping this kind of camera pan, unfortunately. But when we get into the final room, which is not too far away, we do see some interesting tech with Hamster bypassing a death plane. But we've got a little bit to go before we get there.
Alright. So, yeah, we have to heal this bat, and once we do that, it'll sort of get on this bar that will make these little targets able to be hit, and see if I still have the memory puzzle down. This first one's pretty easy, but we can just use some 1p2c to speed these up. Alright, and just one more, and then we'll make this puzzle align. Very nice. And now we are headed into this final part of this room. We do have some more 1p2c coming up here. This level actually is definitely one of the longer ones. It has the second most rooms out of any other level behind the first one. You have to build this ladder for Gandalf, and then we can actually overlap these two camera pans. Very nice. Got that third jump through. Saves quite a bit of time because the movement is so slow. And yeah, we have the skip that cap packs I was talking about earlier. where we can kind of bypass this kill plane, get down. Not the easiest. I got it there. No, I did not. Never mind. But by doing these very precise jumps, you are able to actually skip that kill plane, get down to the bottom, and skip an entire area where you're stuck walking along a ledge, usually. And just like that, we are done with looking for proof. Now we have another pretty interesting level coming up, the Necromancer. And yeah, we're definitely heading towards sort of the climax of the second movie in the end. Some more pretty cool skips in this level as well.
disturbance of the tombs of the Nine confirms that
But yeah, we're just going to use the horses once more to get over to this trigger to start the level. Yeah, we're going to have some 1P2C and then a sort of new tech that we haven't seen so far in order to skip over.
Yeah, so Hamster has first got to do this room as intended, but the tech we're going to see in the next room is pretty unique, but it has the potential to be everywhere, but it's just very specific criteria that it needs. Basically, what Hamster's going to do is jump dive, and during the dive is going to be stuck in a specific bit of collision. And in that bit of collision, basically, as you're falling, your vertical speed just keeps on being increased and increased and increased. And Hamster's going to increase it for about 13 seconds, and then is going to kind of release the position by breaking one of the objects. And what that'll do is it will reflect the game for some reason reflects the falling speed into the floor, or from the floor, so it like bounces the player back up. But this so Gandalf's in the state, but is currently working on it, or building up that speed off screen. It has to be off screen. And then after a set amount of time, Hamster will on screen, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunately I got an animation where it's just, it won't always work.
Yeah. There is, however, a backup for this. Another one-try backup.
Unfortunately, Radagast didn't follow me all the way over here. But I don't know why he's just following me. Couldn't swap for some reason.
But what Hamster's going to do here is heal the bird, and then position with Gandalf on this platform. And this platform is going to be taken up by the birds, but Gandalf will stay standing on it if he is in the right position. And then from here, hopefully we'll be able to see Hamster will be able to jump dive and get behind the door by being just on the right spot. That looks good.
Very nice.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that one is definitely scary. That is a one try.
Yeah. And very quick piece of tech there. Hamster basically forced the AI to jump up to the top level by making it think that it already was at the top level. And then by jumping and then doing a switch, the AI character jumped up for him, and he was able to make it up top. Also did a precise jump with a plant on the left side. But yeah, both of those happen incredibly quickly. It's difficult to mention them in real time, but very nicely done.
Definitely a quick room for sure. Sort of do a slow-mo replay of that jump that I did with Gandalf earlier.
And what Hamster's going to do here is just one very tiny optimization, which is picking up the axe. And this axe just allows you to clear out these orcs quicker. And I think that's it. Does it have any other purpose?
No, not really. I just like picking it up. Helps make getting rid of these orcs a lot easier, yeah.
That's fair.
So now we have an auto-scroller right here before we get into the boss fight. Yeah, this level has a very weird format. But we do have a kind of interesting boss fight coming up here. It's almost an auto-scroller, not really. What we will be doing though is we're going to sort of collect all these studs. We're going to do that so that it's easier to get 0 studs. We don't have to worry about accidentally picking up any studs. And we're just waiting for Sauron to throw some of these blue, these blue objects at us. These blue objects, they are going to allow us to have something that we can build. By building these, sort of shoot this power beam at them, and that is going to help take it down. It's not copied exactly from the movies. I'm not sure what really inspired this, but once he gets rid of this first tower, we can start taking a lot of deaths just in this downtime. And that will help get us down to 0 studs, save us an additional 4 seconds. Might as well, you know.
Yeah, it's a nice free little bit of time save we can kind of garner from this level.
Thankfully, we have plenty of downtime. Thankfully, I was ready there. Sometimes it likes to target player 2, and if you're not careful, you lose a whole lot of time for missing a cycle. And now we are at 0 studs, everything's been cleared out of the way. We have a pretty weak orc, he doesn't have 3 hit points and he has 1, so we can get rid of him when we need to. We are all set up for the end of this boss fight.
Yeah, unfortunately with this boss fight, there's too little, or it takes too long for kind of us to struggle to get down to 0 studs, I guess, which means we're just left with a little bit of waiting while the boss goes through its phases, but rather have that problem than the flip side problem, I guess. We'll see Hamster finish this here. Hopefully stand in the right place to get an immediate build, very nicely done.
Yeah,
and then
a lot of reaction time involved with that.
Yeah. We'll have to take one final death with Radagast here, and also avoid the studs that are currently spawned. Which he does, very nice. We hit 0 studs, fantastic.
Yeah, just 2 levels left, but man, these are 2 of the best levels of the run, in my opinion.
Yes.
It really does. It really ends on a high note, I would say, this category. Right away in the hub, we do have a cool skip called Icicle Launch, which hopefully I am going to be able to hit. Oh man, just a little low there. But this launch actually lets us take a shortcut in the hub. If you played this game before, you know usually you have to ride through the ruins of Dale on a horse to sort of just see what's going on before you get to the area that you need to climb the mountain. But by doing this, it saves a ridiculous amount of time because it lets us sort of walk in a straight line to... very nice. Just barely got it there. But that's all you need. And now we are headed to, on the doorstep. This skip coming up right here is probably one of the most iconic in the entire game, called Fast OTD. Very nice.
Very nice, yeah.
Plenty
That
of
is...
on that one. Could have skipped
Yeah.
the man with that. I didn't go for it, but I could have.
Yeah.
Alright, but yeah,
No,
that's
that was
just
very nicely done.
buddy up launch. A little bit of slowdown. With the
I mean,
fast
that
moving
trick
bird.
has been months of figuring out a setup. Same with this one, in all honesty.
Ah, just barely missed it.
Not quite.
And we can see we're
How did-
intentionally leaving player 2 behind, and that's because we don't want them to pick up any studs, so we can have a good 0 stud setup. This launch sometimes just does not cooperate, kind of unfortunate. Only saved a couple seconds, so kind of losing some time by going for this, but it is cool.
And then
Now we
one very quick room here.
Yeah, cool tech.
Oh.
I guess we haven't seen any of it, but it's called a spin launch. Being buddied up in a tight area like that, spinning around in a specific direction, can really send you upwards at a very extreme velocity. On 60 FPS, we barely have enough to hit in a tight area and spin to get enough height to get up to this crank to end the level. But it's very cool that that is possible, makes that level a lot nicer. It just works out very well. And that is on the doorstep, one of the fastest levels in this category. Maybe the fastest. And just like that, we are almost done with our quest through Middle Earth, heading into just this final level, but this one is probably the best level in the run, I'd say.
This is a very cool level. I mean, it's very much split into two parts. So we're going to start off in this first part, which is more of the kind of tight force rolling section. So we're going to see a lot of the charge up attacks from Hamster here to be able to break stuff and be able to move faster. And a decent bit of like weapon management. There are some small skips I believe Hamster will be going for.
Yeah,
but
this is
basically
very much unlike
sorry.
the other roll sections, I would say. This has a lot of very interesting movement, and there's a skip on basically every platform. Kind of missed one there to get up the ladder early. There's a boost you can do as well, but we have a skip coming up right here called Statue Skip. So we will be unlocking the flail right here, and this is basically going to unlock our movement. So we can skip lowering that statue and do some of the fast spin movements here. Very nice. In this section, we actually have a camera pan skip, if you want to explain sort of how this one works.
I need to remember how this one works. Yes. Oh, yes. So at the end of this section, Hamster will be intentionally dying right at the very end, basically as the final animation is being done. Hamster's gonna roll off the edge with Bilbo, and for some reason that'll skip a camera pan in the next section, probably because the game thinks that your character has already progressed into that lower section, so doesn't then play the camera pan. It's a very strange one, but Hamster rolls when that like flail is at about a quarter full.
Yeah, it takes. There's just a bit of a delay between when the cutscene starts compared to when it's supposed to start. That's how you know the skip is going to work. So usually there'd be a very long camera pan here, and right now it's just going to look at them, and it's going to end, and we're going to be able to move quite a bit faster. We have another one coming up right here, Chandelier Skip. Very nice. And we have this is a very recent skip, actually, very cool. It's called Mega Slide. But by doing a roll boost, we can skip this camera pan that would usually be triggered by being right at the end. Just barely missed it there. Kind of got a weird bounce. Man, not quite doing it at the right time. There's a tight setup, but by rolling off this edge, you can get boosted onto the slidey part.
This is rather unfortunate.
It's very precise. Definitely not the easiest. There we go. Here, I'll go for the very safe version here. And I missed that as well.
Man, that is You are not having luck with this.
Yeah, I think this is the most I've ever missed it ever. Man, I am so close. Like that is so close to getting it. Now the safe version isn't even working. I'm getting the boost. Usually the boost onto this is the hard part.
I think at this point I'd just enter the camera pan.
Yeah. I'll give it a one more go. Man. I don't know why this isn't working. Yeah. Okay, one more real try.
Last one, I promise.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacy right here. Okay, yeah.
Nah.
We'll just call it good. We'll pretend that I hit it, but
Yeah.
we'll show off what the cutscene it would have skipped would be. I guess I just need to practice it more. But this one is quite long. Skipping it is pretty nice. Alright, and now we have been playing No Cut. Unfortunately, this cutscene is not skippable for whatever reason. The developers just did not put in the flag that allows you to skip the cutscenes. So, yeah, we just have to watch this cutscene while we wait to head into the final two rooms of the run.
So it is true. The Black Arrow found its mark. What did you see?
We do have some pretty cool, it's definitely a cool ending to the run. A lot of launches, there's some cool tech coming up here.
On this earth.
Unfortunately, yeah, this is one of the longest cutscenes in the game as well. But
Yeah, it's annoying we have to wait for this one, but it's not too bad.
it definitely
It's a good cutscene.
Yeah, it definitely adds an interesting dynamic when you are on world record pace for restricted 90%, which is the main category for this game. Definitely, definitely, like, just adds an interesting, like, you have to calm down. You're sitting here with the nerves while you head into the last, 2 minutes of the run. Definitely adds a lot of stress to it.
Take cover. Go!
Here we are, almost at the end. 3 more launches left to go, and then the end of the run.
Yes, but they are 3 of the most difficult launches we have. This first one is probably the easiest one of them, so we'll see Hamster go for it here. Very nicely done. And then we have a 1 try in this next section. Basically, we've got to pull the handle on top of the kind of column here. But Hamster's got to be half inbounds, half out of bounds to be able to get this launch.
Very nice.
And then gets the launch. Hopefully doesn't get collisioned off the top. Very nice.
Yeah, I
And
very
what's that-
intentionally waited to, like, move forward until the very end so I didn't
Yeah.
get knocked off, yeah.
And what that's done is that sequence broke most of this entire section. Basically, you were meant to complete the first area where we did the first launch with some dwarves, and then have some other dwarves to be able to complete the next area. But we kind of skipped the entirety of that, and instead just went through with the other dwarves, which means that characters are a little bit confused here, but it's fine. This section is always the same in terms of how many times you need to hit each of these targets. So we know it's 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 2 on the right every time. And then we have this section of throwing the torches. I believe Hamster's going to be aiming for the head of the torch, or the head of Smaug, to be able to hit these torches, which means he needs some quite precise timing to be able to hit them. He's going to be very carefully timing it so that Smaug's iframes just run out before the next one hits, which he does by alternating the inputs. That was very nicely done. We now have 1 final launch left, which is known as Jack Launch. This is an incredibly precise launch. We do have a setup for it, but it is still very finicky. But once this is hit, it'll be in like 10 seconds to the end of the run.
Yeah, time is coming up right now.
First try.
And
And
3, 2, 1.
GG's.
Alright, very nice. Well, yeah, that is the end time right there. Very cool category, lots of interesting stuff. If you've ever seen the game before, this has a lot of tech from that you just won't see in any other category. A lot of it's like older stuff from when I started running the game, and I think it's cool that it still has some uses in some of these categories. But yeah, very much a fun run to sort of come up with all of the strategies to just be limited by 60 FPS 3 years ago. And yeah, there are still new skips and stuff being found, which I guess leads us into sort of an announcement that we have coming up, if we are ready for that, Shimkin.
Yeah, go right ahead on that.
Alright, so we do have a fun announcement. LEGO The Hobbit Tournament Season 2 is coming up. We'll see if we have that graphic coming up, but we will be running a second version of our restricted any percent tournament. Very cool. So we have, I think the last one was what, 2022? So yeah, we're excited to run that back again. It will have multiple rounds. I believe it'll be best of 3 for the most part. And yeah, anyone is welcome to join. We do have a prize pool as well this time, which we're excited about. And the tournament will start in mid to late August, and it'll go for maybe 2-3 weeks. So very highly recommend. The category is only half an hour long, so less than that even. So very, very much fun category. If you've never learned it before, we do have a full tutorial series to learn from, and if you have questions about anything, ask in the Discord channel. But yeah, we are very excited about this. Paxo and I have been planning this for a long time. We're glad we're finally able to get it started. I don't know if you have anything else to add about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's pretty much sums it up. But if you're interested in, entering this tournament, you think you might be interested, we do have a tutorial series, a little bit outdated now, but I think we'll probably run some updates over the coming weeks. But yeah, join the LEGO Speedrunning Discord, which is in the chat right now, and yeah, have a good time with it. Enjoy.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. We will be streaming all of those matches on the LEGO Speedruns channel. And yeah, it should be a lot of fun. We will send those sign-ups out soon. But yeah, I would highly recommend, if you have any questions, feel free to ask in the Discord. But I mean, aside from that, I don't really have any shoutouts. Shoutouts to Paxo for running this game with me for like almost, it's been like 5 years at this point.
Yeah, something like that.
Fun. Both been running this for a long time, so it's fun to do commentary, and I'm sure we'll meet each other in the tournament at least once. So that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, shout outs to all of the Hobbit runners, everyone watching. Yeah, it's been a blast to be able to run again. This is like my 5th LEGOthon now, so a lot of fun. But,
yeah, absolutely. I think that's it from us. So back over to you, Chimkin.
Yeah, thank you for that great run. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We have our next run coming up very shortly, which will be the Lego Batman, the video game DS Collectible Rush run by Laser Trap. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be back right after the break. right, we have our next iteration of the villain face-off here. This time we have Killer Moth versus Poison Ivy. So Killer Moth, that would be one Drury Walker, who is a bank robber that likes to dress up like a moth. He's a very silly guy, lots of memes with him. And then, of course, we have Poison Ivy. That's Dr. Pamela Isley. I believe she had some sort of accident that kind of mutated her, and now she does stuff with plants. Very interesting pair of villains here, so make sure to get your votes in. We'll see who ends up winning here. I mentioned the Killer Moth memes. I know that has been a thing recently. And yes, so because there was a tie on the last one, the tiebreaker was the first donation that was sent out with one of the two names on it. We did get a donation from Prince, leaning towards Two-Face. So Two-Face was the one that won the last villain face-off and will advance to the next round. So far with this one, we are once again neck and neck. Oh, but Poison Ivy has just jumped ahead. So we will see how this turns out here. Be sure to get your votes in. It does look like this is a pretty close poll right now. I know that Poison Ivy has received a lot of I think she's in like the Harley Quinn television show in recent years, I believe, one of the main characters. So that's interesting. I don't think Killer Moth has been in any television shows recently. So Poison Ivy has that going for her. You know, if that's of interest to you. But yeah, looks like this poll is wrapping up here. It's still a very close one. Anyone's game. We will see how this turns out. And it does look like Poison Ivy barely beats out Killer Moth. So Poison Ivy will advance onward. Thanks everybody for participating in this. We will be on to the Lego Batman the Video Game DS Collectible Rush from Laser Trap, which includes the incentive we had for Kill the Goons versus Save the Goons. And Save the Goons is the one that is currently leading. I'm not sure how far into the run that occurs. Maybe that's something you can still vote for now. We'll have to leave that up to Laser Trap to figure out when we exactly call the cutoff for that. But don't go anywhere. We will be right in with that run here in a moment.